future without our past.
Our past,
So
yes.
we need to actually look back. Yorubas say, if we don't know where we are going, we should at least know where we are coming from.
But,
so,
you know, in watching the series, and I've watched quite a few of them, in fact, quite a number, I noticed something. Most of your guests are Yorubas, or they grew up in the Southwest.
Yes.
Because I've seen a few people from Calabar, from who are Ijos, who either grew up in Ibadan or Lagos or Abeokuta.
Yes.
When do you plan to expand it to have a more national outlook?
Yes. Actually, it was supposed to be a pan-Nigeria project. But you start from your comfort zone, those that you know. And because it is not commercially driven, we are actually not marketing it. We are not expending funds into it. We just want people who believe in the idea to join us. If you actually feel that you have a story to tell, join us. And then what we have found out is that a particular sector, a particular section of the country, they are more interested in this than others. It's an eye-opener for us, because once I invite you once, twice, thrice, I stop, disturbing you, because it is also conveying another meaning. People now begin to feel, why are you so interested? Why are you this forceful about me coming on the program? Is there anything? Are you looking for political appointment or something? So wrong meanings are being read into our insistence or our persistence at times, when we, particularly from some part of the country.
Yes.
And I felt that no, I would rather want people who will voluntarily want to, and we have been getting voluntary guests. Those who will call from US and say, look, I'm coming to Nigeria on so day, and before I return, I must record my own episode. And we are getting all that. And I believe that we just need to continue. Those that are interested will have them on. And then I believe that over time, we're going to get more people from other parts of the country to also come and tell their story. It's not like they don't have a past. They do. And shockingly too, I just found out that also, our level of patriotism, some don't even believe in the Nigerian dream. Some don't feel that it is necessary. So why are you talking about Nigeria? This is Nigeria. There are so many nations in a nation. So some people, their own out view, or what do I call it, is fundamental. It's fundamentally different. So, but we will continue to push for as long as we have guests. We'll continue to go on.
Okay. I wish you the very best as you do that. Thank you. Let's look at the development of character. You narrated a story of how your dad disciplined you, right? 114 strokes of the cane at the age of 11.
It was actually, even when he died, it was in my eulogy to him.
To him.
It's printed, it's written.
So you know that and you were his biological son.
Yes.
These days, people hardly mete out corporal punishment. Are you in that school of thought?
Well, I'm also for discipline. I believe in discipline. I believe that you have to train a child the hard way, in a way that he will not even want. But in future, he will be thankful for it. But I also feel that it's not everything about caning. There are so many ways to skin a cat. So you can have, development has shown that you don't have to, pull your own weight on beating and all of that, So discipline, yes, I am for discipline. But the mode of discipline, now we can begin to talk about, okay, that era, that was what they knew. because I had bruises. I don't think I want to have any child go through that.
Well, thankfully they're all grown ups now.
So even when they were growing up, yes, I did some little bits in spanking and all of that. But of course, I was conscious of the fact that it should never get to that.
It should not get up to 50 strokes.
No.
To talk of 140.
Maybe the highest was 6 or something, you know. But at least they had a feel of that punishment too. But it's not. And then we try also, after maybe what our parents wouldn't do, is after that punishment to find a way of reconciling with you and then let you know where you went wrong. But we have moved beyond. So once you discipline, you also call them to let them know that, look, if you don't want this again, these are the issues.
That brings to mind something.
Yeah.
In parenting, no matter what you read in books, and there are quite a lot of books out there, you find that there is a core necessity of ingenuity on your part as to how to engage.
Yeah.
Growing up, it must have happened to you, it happened to me. You would have been disciplined or reprimanded wrongly for something you were not responsible for.
Yeah.
And nobody would apologize to you.
Severally.
Would you apologize to a child, or would you advocate that, look, you need to apologize to that child in trying to build a relationship?
Oh, yeah. You see, I always say this. When I feel like this is the way, I tell them, this is how I feel. This is how I feel. You do it. I'll be the first to apologize if it's not working. So I think it builds some form of confidence in them. I said, look, I don't hate you. I just feel this is the right way for you to. And if you insist you're going to have it your way, we'll look at the dangers involved in having it your way. So if you take that decision, if it boomerangs, then the next time I advise you, you will take it. You know? So vice versa.
Yes.
You know, so I think it is more of interaction now these days. It's more of interaction. It's more of persuasion. It's more of making them see reasons why, convincing them on why they should follow a path. We are also not always right.
Yes, certainly.
We are also not always right. So I think it is engagement that we need to do, more of engagement, for us to even be able to understand them.
Yes.
You know, we need to understand them. It's not just to come and lord it over them.
Yes.
We can talk to them, even the kind of music they listen to.
Yeah.
By the time we will talk to them, and then we'll find out that some music, I would engage them and say, what is the guy actually saying? Let's analyze. Is it making any sense? Are you gaining anything from it?
Yeah.
You know, at times we laugh over it. They say you are old school, you don't understand.
Yes,
Some they can't even interpret.
Yes,
but they are enjoying it.
They're enjoying it.
They're enjoying it.
The rhythm.
Yeah, it's just like someone told me. He said, one military officer years back. I said, why do you guys like music from Congo and all of that?
Yeah.
He said, we are just enjoying the rhythm.
Yes.
Because if you dance too well to Fela, they will say you are a rebel.
Yeah, a rebel.
So it is safe for us to listen to the music we don't understand. But we just dance to the rhythm, so nobody can accuse us of anything.
Which brings me to mind the fact that music, you're a music practitioner, maybe not on a commercial basis, but to the extent of understanding music, playing music and all that, church music, and even folk music. I'm seeing some of the stuff you do these days. And I'm saying to you that as a practitioner of music, how would you describe the change that is building up in church music, for instance? You love singing hymns, performing hymns and all that. Many churches these days, they hardly
do the hymns.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's some music that was frowned on years back that now, that form is the accepted form now.
Yeah. Let me just summarize it. Say it is a struggle for membership. that is driving a lot of innovations in the church settings. Like you rightly said, you know, some years, some sects don't even consider music. Some did chants.
Yes.
But you now find out that even in Orthodox churches,
yes,
we are moving away from these hymns that are so rich. I call them ministrations in songs.
Yes.
Some of these hymns, all you need to do is just read them. And then you begin to see that it's even more spiritually
robust.
filling. It's robust when you read than when you sing them. But you see, with the age and time, we now find that our children, they want to move into more funkified things, and that is why you will see the Orthodox churches losing membership to the Pentecostal set, because the Pentecostal set have identified the niche and that gap in how to get, you know, people, members. Okay, fine. If I funkify the gospel, if I funkify these hymns, I'm likely going to get a lot of this audience. So once they chose to do that, you know, our children now begin to feel that that's a comfort zone. So they now move. Now you now find Orthodox churches fighting back to say, okay, if that is the reason why you are going there, let me also do the same thing. Then you now find the Protestants also saying, okay, don't worry, enough of losing our members. So you now find out that at the end of the day, everybody is trying to retain their membership. Everybody is trying to see how they can get their congregations back. So, and that is the reason why you have a lot of, but some of us still believe, while we try to understand, we still believe that we should not lose sight of those richness in those hymnals. So that's why occasionally we find ourselves doing that just to take us back. It is all about good old days too. It's all about
the good old days of music
hymns and all of that.
All right, so we'll take another break now. And when we come back, we'll continue our discussion with you, our conversation with you. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. It's still Timeless Conversations. Shemore Badejo is my guest. Now, Shemo, as we call it.
Yeah, I find that more convenient and comfortable. So even the gate man in my office calls me Shemo.
Shemo, yes.
So I'm good.
Now, in your practice of communication, what have you found missing in our national life that could be easily incorporated at little or no cost?
Well, let me say, we have not documented our achievements so far as a nation, even as a company. I feel that the simplest definition of public relations, which also relates to a nation, is doing good and letting people know. It's the simplest definition of public relations, and it cuts across, even as a nation.
Yeah.
Now, what we hear, it's people demarketing even their country. You know, talking about, you know, this country is finished. Yeah. This is that.
That's scary.
It's scary. And how do you? And then you still want that company, and you are still hoping that it will be better when you are demarketing it. And then how do you want outsiders to see? It's not, a lot of things happen in the US that we don't get to know.
Never.
We don't get to know. But here, we are the first to condemn our system, condemn our country. There is this quote that says, for all forms of government, let fools contend. Whatever that is best administered is best. We have our own situation of doing things. I remember I was a technical writer to Nigeria's Vision 2020. And I wept when I realized the enormity of the richness, you know, that is deposited in us as a nation. My submission then was that America is not God's own country. Nigeria is. Because we are endowed. Let's leave oil. In fact, oil should be like 3% of our natural resources. Go to Ondo State there. We have the second largest deposit of bitumen in the world. That are untapped or that are illegally being mined, being taken away. Go to Elisha. That's why the radio station there is Gold FM.
Yeah.
Elisha has the third largest deposit of gold in the world.
Are you kidding?
Oh, yes. And then we have some Lebanese feeding fat illegally on those things there and giving villagers peanuts and all of that. Go to Shaki. You have iron. Before you dig 6 feet into the ground, you get iron. And a lot of it. Go to Osogbo, where we used to have Oluwa glass. All the raw materials, what you need to do that is just drive towards Osogbo from
the place. Is that Oluwa glass? Is that in Osogbo or in Okitipupa also?
No, it's in Osogbo. Really? Yes. If you drive towards Ikpetu to Osogbo, you will find that the soil that you even see are shining. These mineral resources are there in abundance, a lot of it. You want to go to the north? There are so many things that we have overlooked. We are all pursuing crude oil and all
that we don't understand.
Or we chose to because we feel that crude oil is giving us easy money, free money, good money, fast money. And we are not looking at those areas. To me, as a nation, we must continue to push our good side, our potentials, so that the whole world can see that it's not hopeless.
Yeah, our nation, see, that's something that we need to play into our communication arts.
Yes.
And I'm referring now to our movies, our plays.
Oh, yes.
They don't portray so much or anything of positivity.
Yes, it is sad. There are so many ways we can communicate our essence as a nation. Even in the movies, to me, I tell my son who read that, I said, Nigeria is still a virgin when it comes to telling our story. We have not said enough. I mean, what we do is even unreal. When we now, even if you look at the movie today, you see accident scenes, you will laugh.
Yeah.
You know, so we are jokers when it comes to even the way we present our story. So there's a lot of vacuum in that area. It is not even the way we tell our commercial story.
Yes.
Even when we do adverts, at times they don't portray reality.
Yes.
So in all spheres of communication, we should continue to strive to want to portray reality. We want to be able to have in mind that, look, this is a Nigerian product. How do we, I saw an advert. I went to South Africa, Cape Town, there's a bank, and I saw that advert, black women, they were, filing out from a bush path. Some of them were carrying bananas, yam, and there was this white man in their midst carrying portfolio and with suit and tie. And the only copy that you had on that commercial, we understand the African market. That shows that, look, we are coming to do business with these people and we understand them. We know the way they are. But what do we get here? We are always trying to want to be like them over there. Why can't they come and be like us and see that value that we are presenting? So we have a lot to do in communication, in orientation, in mobilization, in sensitization. We have a lot to do. And it's so vast. It's unending. As long as we continue to, our TV stations, our radio stations, what are we doing? Those days, there are a lot of commercial messages, social messages. How many of that do we have today? Agbada ọ̀dà lọ́rùn kẹ̀kẹ́ o. Agbada rèé ó dá lóhùn àmúròde. Kẹ̀kẹ́ rèé ó dá lóhùn àmúràjò. Ṣùgbọ́n agbada ọ̀dà lọ́rùn kẹ̀kẹ́. how many of such are we having, even on television? Even how are we helping our nation? Fake drugs and all of that. There are social messages on that. But how much of that? We have allowed commercial considerations to take over our role as a moral guardian to the people. You know, I want to see a situation where we begin to have such, and then it will help to develop our psyche as a nation. And then people will now be, I want it to go viral. Things like that, social messages, let it go viral, let people know about the BCOS when it started. There was one man said, good name is better than gold and silver. You know, and he was singing it in that area, English.
Even OGBC used to do stuff like that.
Something like that. So how many of that are we doing these days? And if we can still recall all these things, that means it had some influence on us.
Sure. There was even some that were done by late icon Ray Mike Wachuku. You understand me? That were played on RN2, and you identified with them. Your highway is not a road, it's track. No matter what, no matter how tempting, never speed. Remember those you left at home are waiting to welcome you safely back home. We wish you a safe journey.
How many of that?
That was engagement.
How many of that do we have these days? How many? And then all we want is, viewership, 1 million.
Yeah, but you could also think, could it be that at those points in time, those stations were government owned?
Oh, yes. Even now, and now, we must not, that is why I said everything is on commercial, value now. But at least, we are agents of change. The media is supposed to, generally, whether it's privately owned or we are agent of change. And then even if they take it as a CSR, a corporate social responsibility, and devote some time, to those. So it's not all about money. It's all about impact in the society.
Which is why we are running.
Yes, I know. That's why I appreciate.
Because our audience is a young audience, so we want to say, okay, there was a time that this was like that. Talking about a time when something was like that, I recall that Ilesha means a lot to you.
Oh, yes.
Right?
And I was born and I grew up there.
In Ilesha. And then there's Ijebu, which is your
hometown.
A hometown.
Yes.
So if you were to take your children to the hometown, where would you take them?
Of course, Ijebu, because that's my town.
No Ilesha.
No, Ilesha, they heard about Ilesha, but you see, there's they will still tell me stories in Ilesha that you are not one of us.
Oh, then actually they do that everywhere.
So there's no place like home. No matter how long you stay in the place, the people will still tell you that, look, you better go and find your father's house, and all of that. So and my parents, after retirement,
and they went back home.
So that's the.
You see, I asked that question because we have a problem with this issue of you belong here, you don't belong there.
Yes.
Where you find yourself living for a particular number of years, say anything beyond 10 years, you pay tax there and all that, should be home to you.
Oh, yes.
But politically, sometimes it's difficult to engage.
It is. It is, particularly in Nigeria.
Yes.
Particularly in Nigeria, when you aspire to, that is when people will remind you of your roots.
Yeah, exactly.
Meanwhile, you have spent the better part of your life in a particular. But when you aspire for a leadership position, and then people will tell you,
not one of us.
You don't. It's not one of us. You don't.
But how do we get out of that bind?
Well, like I said, it's also a mindset thing. It's a leadership. It's a leadership thing. If our leaders can actually say, look, enough of this. We are also going to use. We are going to. Whatever we're doing here is based on merit. It is not about where you come from. It's if you are the one that can deliver, so let it happen. Until our leaders begin to take decisions based on merit and not from where you come from. We can't on our own do that since we don't have a choice. So it is a collective resolve from the leadership to say, look, I'm going to I'm going to allow the best to have a say in this matter. Once it's like that, then we will continue to, to thrive.
So in conclusion, let me ask you a question that takes you back to your relationship with your dad.
Okay.
Right? And what you took away from him. I recall the story of when he was ill and all that. Yeah. You had to go there. Yes. You played some hymns to him. He raised his hands in recognition of those. And when you played the ones that were sounding hope, he dropped his hand.
Yes.
And when you played the one that was saying, take the name of Jesus with you, whatever it is, I'm with you. And then he will raise his hand. That's where you should be going.
Yes.
And then you were called that, come back. You refused to go see him.
Yes.
When, that's not the right way. You refused to taint your image of him.
Yes.
Right? That I'd rather see him as a victorious person than when he's dead. How was that like you?
I'm not sure I would have survived seeing him give up the ghost.
Okay.
Because we were so close at, later part of his life that I won't be there to see him just take that last breath. I mean, it's going to affect me. So I felt that the best thing I could do for this man is just allow him to go in peace and retain the picture that I saw while he was alive.
Okay.
And I think it has to do with the emotion,
the
emotional attachment that I had with him. And when he was taken to the morgue and I got there, I saw him. I actually ran away, but something just stopped me, held me back and said, look, this man died at 88. He had done his bit.
Yes.
One day, someday, your children will bring you to, if not this place, somewhere like this place. Yes. So go back and celebrate him, And that was how I was able to get out of it. So I just went back and said, sir, you have done your bit, we will celebrate you. And we will continue to celebrate you.
Did you both share the love or preference for particular or similar hymns?
Oh, he was actually my influence in all my choices of hymns. Yeah. And that's why for 8 years now, we've been running a musical concert, a musical competition in the whole of Ijebu land, all Methodist churches in Ijebu. Every Easter Saturday, we always have a competition amongst all the members of the choir to donate musical instruments in his name.
In his name,
Yes, in my parents' name. My mom too was a singer. She had her compositions that I also tried to produce, and we do that, give musical instruments, give cash prize and all of that. And we are building a generation of hymn lovers, those who would see hymns as ministration in songs. And then those who are also who want to learn one or two musical instruments, but they can't afford it. So we give them out every year, and then they're happy. And I'm sure that in the nearest future we'll begin to see them as stars in gospel music. We produce a gospel artist a year. Free of charge. And then we do to the point of launching their albums with musical videos. This is the 3rd year we're going to do that.
We've been doing that.
We've been doing that all free, all pro bono. And we also like to celebrate our icons too.
Yes.
Like Jimmy Sholanke, Uncle Tunji Ilano, all of them. We want to celebrate some of them. We don't want them to die on song. We wish. I recall what we did for Uncle Tunji Ilano during his 83rd birthday. That song, he never recorded it. It was when the military took over in 1983.
Yes.
And then we did it, sent to him in UK. He wept like a baby.
Oh, wow.
He said he thought Nigerians have forgotten him. And I was happy we were able to do that when he was alive.
Yeah.
We did for Orlando Julius too. He was happy, in his weak moment. We thank God for the life of Uncle Jimmy Sholanke. He's still healthy and and he did also. We did. So I like to celebrate our icons. I just use my God-given resources to do all of this because I believe in the fact that we don't have to, because how do we want the ones coming up? So if they feel that nobody will reward them for what they are doing, they look for quick money.
Yes.
And drop substance.
And even it's funny that these days the level of musicianship is dropped.
Yes.
You understand me? So there's a lot of sampling and all that.
Yes.
Everybody gets in and then he sings it. Some songs you can't even relate to them.
Yes.
But they say we are old school. So
I had the course to deliver a lecture in Dubai for corporate players. Yeah. I won't mention name of artist now so that it's not going to look like I'm promoting an artist. Sure. And I addressed the corporate players, and I told them, I said, look, it's good to have a popular artist to drive your crowd, to have 1 million audience who will come and sing what they want to hear. Have you considered just one artist that will sing morals? Even if you just want to infuse him, if you just want to give him 10 minutes to address that audience that you have,
that massive
audience, you might be surprised that maybe 100 people will go home with a message. Not the kind of vulgar ones that you want to, because that's how you want to pull your crowd. Right. Fine. But do you think as your own CSR, you get an artist that is going to at least appeal to the consciousness, to the minds of these youths, so that when they get to me, this man is making sense. They said no, that all is about bottom line.
Okay, well, the bottom line for us is that we are out of time now. So let me thank you so much, Shemo, for coming. It's been a lovely session talking to you, and we wish you the very best as you keep trudging the path of the good old days.
Thank you.
And contributing your own quota to our nation, Nigeria. Thank you very much for coming.
Yeah.
It's been
nice.
It's
always a pleasure.
Yeah, same here.
Yes.
My guest today has been Shemore Badejo, PhD, and Knight of Charles Wesley. That's KCW.
Yes.
All right, and he's someone who is a multi-instrumentalist and committed artist and communications practitioner. Thank you so much for coming. Until we bring in another guest, stay tuned and keep with us.
We do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Good afternoon. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the news brief. The police command in Katsina State said its operatives succeeded in neutralizing 3 suspected notorious bandit kingpins. This is contained in a statement issued by the command's public relations officer, ASP Abubakar Liu, on Tuesday in Katsina. He said the incident occurred on November 25 at about 10:30 a.m. while on a joint patrol with members of the vigilante in Kwarare area of Jibia local government area. The PPRO added that the corpses were later identified as those of Bala Wuta, a suspected notorious bandits leader terrorizing Jibia local government area and its environs. Others, he added, were Dogo Nasahura and Hussan Bukuru, notorious suspected terrorists terrorizing the people of the area. The Nigerian government has approved 27.5 trillion naira for the 2024 appropriation bill, according to Minister of Budget and National Planning, Atiku Bagudu. The medium-term expenditure framework MTEF, which was approved by the National Assembly, has been reviewed, resulting in a targeted revenue of 18 trillion naira for the next fiscal year. The Council has also reviewed the MTEF, which has an exchange rate of 750 naira to a dollar and a crude oil benchmark of $73 to improve revenue.
Mr. President's determination to find more money to fund our priorities, today the Federal Executive Council further revised the medium-term expenditure framework and the fiscal policy framework. And 2 of the important decisions was to use an exchange rate of 750 naira to a dollar and also a benchmark crude oil reference price of $77.96, meaning $4 more than the earlier approval. Equally, the Federal Executive Council approved the 2024 appropriation bill and the presentation of such to the National Assembly by His Excellency, Mr. President. The bill has an aggregate expenditure of 27 trillion 500 billion. The forecast revenue is now 18.32 trillion, which is higher than the 2023 revenues, including that provided in the 2 supplementary budgets. Equally and commendably, the deficit is lower than that of 2023.
In the meantime, President Bola Tinubu will present the 2024 budget to the National Assembly on Wednesday. This is according to a memo dated November 27, 2023, signed by the Federal Legislature's Secretary of Human Resources and Staff Development, Shuaibu Meina Birma, on behalf of the clerk to the National Assembly. The Federal Executive Council has approved also a 2024 budget of 27.5 trillion naira. This followed the review of the medium-term expenditure framework earlier passed by the National Assembly, which benchmarked the exchange rate at 700 naira to $1 and crude oil price at 73.96 cents per barrel. Briefing State House correspondents shortly after the Federal Executive Council meeting at the Presidential Villa, the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Abubakar Bagudu, said it revised the MTEF and the fiscal policy to use as an exchange rate of 750 naira to $1 and also a benchmark of crude oil reference price of $77.96 per barrel. Philip Shaibu, Deputy Governor of Edo, has officially announced his intention to run for the governorship election in the state. Shaibu officially announced his intention in a televised announcement on Monday. The Edo governorship election is slated for September 21, 2024. Shaibu said he will be competing for the Edo governorship ticket on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP.
You did not just call me Mr. Constituency Project for nothing. In my time as a legislator, I delivered 49 constituency projects at the state level and 13 solid constituency projects within the short stint I had at the federal level. I fought the good fight for you, my people. Along the way, suffered humiliation, enjoyed many moments of victory, but I am thankful in all things. Have been bruised, but not crushed. Persecuted, but not abandoned. After all, I be original Edo son. 100% own boy. This is why today I stand before you with great conviction and resolve as I declare my intention to run for the office of the governor of Edo State under the platform of the People's Democratic Party in the upcoming 2024 election. And I am confident that with your support, we can take Edo State to even greater heights.
As Edo State prepares for the 2024 governorship election, the Labour Party governorship aspirant, Comrade Egosa Ugbo, has scored Governor Godwin Obaseki-led government 25% of total performance in the past 7 years in office. Egosa Ugbo made this statement in an interview with our Asaba correspondent Akpomejere Friday in Benin City, the state capital. Ugbo said Edo people are not enjoying the present leadership of Governor Godwin Obaseki, as his leadership system is neither transparent nor favorable to Edo people, who are being overtaxed by government agencies across the 18 local government areas of the state. Ugbo promised to deliver good governance to the people of Edo and paying bursary to students of secondary and higher institutions across the state.
How well have this governor done? For me, if I want to score him, I will score him 25%, which is not a pass mark. You have not been able to affect the masses of the people. Our people are not enjoying governance in the state. They are overtaxed. You go to our market, you see the way they are suffering. Our agenda is simple: education. We are going to make sure our Edo children get good education. Those in the higher institutions are going to enjoy bursary and scholarship, secondary and university from secondary to university level.
However, Comrade Ugbo said he understands people's needs and pain and is prepared to set them free.
I understand what my people needs. I understand the plight and the cry of my people. We are going to develop agriculture, modern agriculture, transportation for our people. We are not going to import vehicles from Japan, Japanese-made vehicle or Chinese-made vehicle. We are going to our source here. Our market women, you see today our market is an eyesore. Go to any market in Edo State. You laugh. You see that our people are really suffering. There is no human being, man or woman, that will come to a market and see the environment is clean, that will not be happy to pay a stipend for what they are saying. You go to the market, it's smelling. My government, by the grace of God and our ancestors, is going to change, turn all those things around.
The Nigerian Youths in Politics, NYP, has claimed that the sacking of Abba Yusuf as governor of Kano by the new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, was self-inflicted. The Court of Appeal in Abuja affirmed the verdict, stating the NNPP breached the constitution by sponsoring Yusuf, who was not a party member at the time of the election. The NYP's president, Magaji Alidu, criticized the party and its candidate for neglecting electoral law and urged politicians to avoid blackmailing courts when the verdicts do not favor them.
Contrary to the ongoing bastardization of the Nigerian judiciary by some aggrieved persons who lost at the tribunal and the appeal court as a result of non-compliance with the Electoral Act 2022, as amended, we wish to state that the court did not act ultra vires when it held that Engineer Abba Kabiru Yusuf was not a member of the new Nigerian People's Party, NNPP, as of the time the party sponsored him as the governorship candidate of Kano State. As young people in politics, we shall continue to encourage the judiciary not to be intimidated by the sponsored blackmail against it. The larger population of Nigerians are happy with the judgment being delivered so far and are proud of the commitment of the judiciary to ensure even democracy in our dear country. The Supreme Court is their target. They are castigating the appeal court justices to blackmail the honorable justice of the Supreme Court to subject justice. Democracy has come of age, and the judiciary is not a cash and carry as the Attorney General of Kano State.
The Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Prince Lateef Fagbemi, has defended President Bola Tinubu's administration against allegations of blackmail over recent judicial pronouncements from electoral disputes. Fagbemi said the federal government would not shield errant judges found guilty of misconduct and that any allegation against law court verdicts must be accompanied by tangible evidences. He warned against throwing caution to the wind due to electoral defeats in court and emphasized that judicial verdicts are always based on facts presented before jurists hear a matter.
One thing about justice is that the man who wins will say, will praise the judiciary, will praise the judges. The man who lost will never agree that he has lost fairly unless you give him judgment. So, unless you are able to bring forth concrete evidence, I will not, succumb to what I will call blackmail, because blackmail it is. If you have evidence, nobody will shield an erring judge. Bring it to the fore. Say it out. But the mere fact that you lost, you didn't win, shouldn't make you, throw caution to the wind. It doesn't work like that. You wanted to win, you put your facts there. The judge said it is not the position. You tried it on appeal, you lost. In the Supreme Court, you lost. I think that even apart from law, morality also demands that you take it as it is. I am not saying that judges cannot be wrong, because they are human beings. If they are wrong and it is not as a result of bribery or corruption, yes, that's fine. But if you want to prove corruption, you know the way to prove it.
The Oba of Benin, Omonoba Nedo Ukwakolopolo Ewuare II, has called on all Nigerians to support the administration of President Bola Tinubu as well as live in peace with one another. The Oba spoke during a courtesy call on Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu at Lagos House Marina. He noted that the victory of Tinubu at the 2023 presidential poll showed that God ordained him to rule the country. Obanedo Ukwakolopolo Ewuare II harped on the need for peaceful coexistence in order to achieve sustainable development in all areas of the nation's economy.
If Nigeria were to break up today, it would be like Banana Republic. Nigeria is big because we are together. When they say the biggest country in Africa, because it's Nigeria, it's because the way we are. So it's good to remain like this, but iron out differences that we have. Everywhere they have differences. Let's iron out our own and remain the same, learn to live together. Learn to live together like one big family.
The Oba of Benin, who congratulated Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on his re-election, commended the giant strides of the governor in Lagos and charged him not to rest on his oars to achieve greater heights in his second term in office. Sanwo-Olu, who eulogized the Oba of Benin for distinguishing himself among the traditional rulers, said his protection of culture and promotion of traditional values have earned him maximum respect across the country.
There was no need for always running to court and everything. I hope Nigeria will be able to come up with a system whereby issues will be resolved than dragging whenever general elections or presidential elections, carried out, it's always dragging and things we were hearing, we were not happy about, whether it's true, whether not true, but President, he's my in-law. So thank you very much, and we thank God for your also successful election. We pray for you. We pray you be successful in tenure. Your cabinet will do well for us.
I want to say to you, sir, that we are beginning to see some of his interventions. Just last week, we saw another quarter of GDP growth in the country, right? Where the GDP growth has improved from what it was the last 1 and 2 quarters. The third quarter looks very, very well, but we said to him that he still has to do a lot more. So we're believing that with him at the helm of affairs, and like you said, sir, he has clear sight to govern well, and I will believe that he will do a good job. For us here in Lagos, we're the shoulder and the neck of the country, and we'll continue to ensure that Lagos.
From other parts of Africa, an elevator carrying workers to the surface at a giant South African platinum mine plunged out of control, killing 11 and injuring 75, the mine operator said on Tuesday. Impala Platinum said the accident happened on Monday and it's at its Rustenburg mine, northwest of Johannesburg, as more than 80 employees were leaving a shaft at the end of the shift. The alert was raised shortly before 5 p.m. as the lift unexpectedly started descending. According to the company, in a statement, its rapid descent was stopped by the conveyance counterweight becoming trapped by the jack catches safety systems intended to stop lifts and underground trains from rolling back in case of an accident. The company said 75 workers were injured and were transferred to the local hospital and admitted for treatment. Outside Africa now, Israeli forces and Hamas fighters appear to be abiding by a truce for a 5th morning on Tuesday, after a 4-day ceasefire was extended at the last minute for at least 2 days to let more hostages be free. A single column of black smoke could be seen rising above the obliterated wasteland of the northern Gaza war zone from across the fence in Israel, but there was no single sign of jets in the sky or rumble of explosions. Both sides reported some Israeli tank fire in the Sheikh Radwan district of Gaza City in the morning, but there were immediate reports of casualties. During the truce, Hamas fighters released 50 Israeli women and children as young as toddlers from among the 240 hostages they captured in southern Israel during the deadly rampage on October 7. In return, Israel released 150 security detainees from its jails, all women and teenagers. Hamas also separately released 19 foreign hostages, mainly Thai farm workers under the separate deals parallel to the truce agreement. In business news, Nigeria's crude oil production, including condensates, rose year-on-year by 30% to 1.6 million barrels per day. in October 2023 from 1.2 million barrels per day recorded in the corresponding period of 2022. But on a month-on-month basis, the nation's oil output dropped marginally by 0.7% to 1.562 million barrels per day in October 2023 from 1.572 million barrels per day in the preceding month of September 2023. A closer check on the production figures showed that the nation's output, including condensate, stood at 1.5 million barrels per day in January 2023, and it dropped to 1.3 million barrels per day in April before climbing to 1.6 million barrels per day in September, apparently the highest so far in 2023. However, despite the improvement in crude oil production at 1.6 million barrels per day, it remained significantly lower than the 2023 budget benchmark of 1.69 million barrels per day and the OPEC quota of 1.7 million barrels per day. In entertainment news, Tony One-Wig Monago, singer and cousin of actor Amaechi Monago, has given an update about the current state of the actor's health. The musician, in a lengthy post on Facebook on Monday, disclosed that Amaechi is down with kidney disease, diabetes, and stroke. He explained that the actor is undergoing weekly dialysis and physiotherapy to treat the paralysis which the stroke caused. Sharing the picture of his visit to the hospital, Tony wrote that this picture was taken 2 weeks ago when he visited his cousin Amaechi Monago at the Nnewi Teaching Hospital. He initially wanted quietly to assist the way he could, but later decided to make this post so that the online community could be better informed. And finally, sports news. Former Super Eagles coach Samson Siasia is worried that the present Super Eagles players lack what it takes to be African champions. Siasia said this much in an interview on Sportsville. The ex-international, in his first official interview after the expiration of his FIFA ban, said though the current team comprises of quality players playing as a unit, remains the missing link. And with that sports story, we wrap it up on the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thanks for being there.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Nigeria is a beautiful country filled with cultural resources and a preserved tradition. It is famously known as the Giant of Africa, whose cultural heritage is woven from the natural beauty in her land, threads of history, and the hospitality of her people. From rainforests in the south to savanna woodlands in the center and a semi-desert region in the north, Nigeria is adorned with long stretches of exotic beaches, lush mountains, magnificent waterfalls, and a unique wildlife. boasting of enchanting tourist attractions ready to be enjoyed. Here are some tourist destinations you should add to your bucket list. Coconut Beach. Coconut Beach is located in the coastal town of Badagry, west of Lagos State, Nigeria. No place tells the story of tourism fused with history like Badagry, which is situated about 20 miles close to the border of the Benin Republic. Coconut Beach has breathtaking and beautiful ocean views, a perfect place for relaxation, with the beach being set away from the noise of suburbia. It is surrounded by thousands of coconut trees, where it got its name from, beautiful holiday resorts, vacation huts, fresh air, and an open sky, portraying an ideal rural destination for lovers of fun and holiday makers. The Obudu Mountain Resorts. Above the sea level on the Oshia ridge of the famous Sankwala Mountain sits majestically the Obudu Mountain Resort. It is located in the highlands and deep tropical forests of Cross River State, with a temperate climate and just 45 miles from the border of Cameroon. The ranch boasts of numerous pleasant mountain area and countryside views, with tourist attractions like the water park, cable car, ranch cattle and horses, waterfall, and the ancient Anapi village. The Obudu Mountain Resort is a mix of adventure, beautiful scenery, and idyllic tranquility. The Yankari Game Reserve. In Bauchi State is the Yankari Game Reserve and former National Park, one of West Africa's eco-destinations. It is home to several natural warm water springs and the biggest wildlife retreat. The reserve is filled with a number of activities that would help you connect with nature. Marvel at the largest herd of elephants in the country, embark on a guided safari tour, and explore the tropical forest. You'll also find beautifully constructed huts alongside some uncaged animals such as monkeys and baboons living in their natural habitat. The Yankari Game Reserve is an area of great natural beauty that provides recreational pleasure. The Ogbunike Caves. Located in a valley blanketed by tropical rainforest in Anambra State, are a collection of caves knitted with historical and spiritual significance. The Ogbunike Caves are associated with living traditions said to be preserved by the people for many centuries. Descending into the valley where the caves are located is a walkway made up of about 317 steps, and visitors must remove their shoes before entering the caves based on tradition. The caves are beautifully surrounded by streams of water flowing out from one of the tunnels into River Nkisa. Seen as a thrill for tourists, the Ogbunike Caves make an ideal destination. The Owu Waterfalls. Described as a wonder in the wilderness is the Owu Waterfalls, located in Kwara State. Cascading from a height of about 120 meters to a pool of ice-cold water, the Owu Waterfalls is one of the highest and most fascinating waterfalls to watch in West Africa. It is a beautiful scenery which can only be appreciated when explored. Experience a fine mix of awesome attractions at the Owu Waterfalls, making it a memorable haven for your next vacation. The Osun Osogbo Grove. Situated on the outskirts of Osogbo, the capital of Osun State is the Osun Osogbo Sacred Grove, a large cultural landscape of undistributed forest dedicated to Osun, the Yoruba goddess of fertility, love, water, and beauty. The grove, which spans about 75 hectares of land, is a tourist destination that has sacred shrines, sanctuaries, sculptures, and artworks. The forest contains about 400 different species of plants that are used for medicinal purposes. Classified as one of the UNESCO World Heritage Sites, this sacred forest attracts a large number of tourists, and it is definitely worth visiting. Nigeria is a beautiful land waiting to be explored, and you are encouraged to visit and enjoy these wonderful tourist destinations.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Chinelo Anene and I'm joined by my co-amazing anchor. I haven't seen Diola in what, 4, 5 months? It's been a very long time. And we're greening today without you, Uwa.
Green Monday.
I know, right? Hi Diola, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
How's
So
the week
good to
started
see
off?
you.
Thank you very much. How's your week going? Or has it started? Because today's just Monday.
Yeah, I mean, it started well. I had a great weekend, and I look forward to all the exciting things that's going to happen this week.
Right.
Yeah.
For me, it was a very long weekend. There was a whole lot to do. And then I thought, okay, I had rested enough yesterday. And then this morning I struggled to get out of bed. But yeah, we're here, 1 day down. For me, it's 2 days to go, not 4 days, because I took Thursday and Friday off work. So.
Wow. I'm envying you right now.
Okay, as we know, today is Monday on the show. And in partnership with the Enough is Enough team, we'll be touching on public procurements in Nigerian states. I really enjoyed this because it actually helps me to keep my sense of civic responsibilities alive all the time. Yeah, Absolutely. So I always, even when I'm not on air, I see that whole Enough is Enough message drop on the group. I'm always so excited because I'm like,
yeah, something new to learn.
Something new. Yeah. But then here's what we found as today's quotes. Whoever controls the media controls the mind. And this is by Jim Morrison. Whoever controls the media controls the mind. Because really, you can't, the media it has a very, very strong role to play, in the lives in the world generally, as a matter of fact. And nowadays, it is how news is transported, how information in general is transported or is transmitted, as the case may be. And just imagine, I remember back when they used to teach us social studies back then and say, means of communication. And they say the town crier would beat the gong and all those things. And I'm like, I don't want to imagine how those things were in those days. But I'm very happy to see how it has transitioned now. And, how the digital space, what has happened in digital space and in the media as well, the role of technology in media as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I like that it's not so easy for anyone to claim ignorance anymore right now, because information is readily at the tip, of our fingertips. It's everywhere you look. You just need to know where to look. Right. Even when you don't go looking for it, information actually comes looking for you. So yes, I mean, we're in a world where there is so much information, and media is the proponent. It's so interesting how much media. In fact, I can honestly say that without media, it's hard to imagine what the world would be.
Right? Yeah. I absolutely agree. So, Jill, I'm sure you have access to the EIE.
Oh yes, I do. Okay, so one moment, please. Let me just quickly. Okay, so. Today's episode of Enough is Enough, we're talking public procurement in Nigerian states, and Nigeria's weak governance demands that citizens vigilantly ensure accountability. Recent procurement revelations in states like Lagos, Abia, and Osun exposed financial mismanagement. With the dire state of the nation's economy, the reckless spending by politicians is quite concerning. Although some of these figures were denied, the grounds for denial are very weak. So let's look at procurement sham in Lagos. 30 million monthly allocation for empowerment programs and outreach to the office of the deputy governor's wife. 1.7 billion for the purchase of vehicles for the office of the chief of staff's carpool. Another 54 million for cleaning and maintaining the state house between May and October 2023. And then quickly to other states, for Abia, over 900 million spent on the governor's food and well-being between July and September 2023. True, we can argue that. Okay. Then there is, for Osun State, 8 billion was reportedly spent on meals in the third quarter of the year. For Benue, 2 billion allegedly spent on the purchase of vehicles for the state governor. This is crazy. But okay, so let's quickly look at the effects of corruption in this state. So there's loss of public trust, there is economic deterioration, there is impaired public service, there is political instability, there is long-term insecurity. What can the citizens do? The citizens can act. Utilize platforms such as ShineYourEye.org, Tracker, and the Office of the Citizen chat box, and of course, make optimal use of the FOI acts.
I love the fact that the AI is actually doing something in terms of educating the people, exactly, literacy, so that people actually know that you can actually hold these people accountable. Well, sometimes we just sit back and we hear all these things, we hear these figures, and we feel we just banter and banter. That we know how to do that a whole lot, but you can actually question these things, and we thank God for EIA. Like we always say, you can actually send a message to the WhatsApp chat bots, the Office of the Citizen chat bots. You can send hello via WhatsApp to 017006381, and I'm sure you can get every question that it is that you need to be answered in that way. Media has played a significant role in helping Nigeria with youth engagement in recent years, and the widespread use of social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram has provided young Nigerians with a powerful platform to voice their opinions, organize social movements, and connect with like-minded individuals. Today, we'll be discussing the role of media in youth engagement, but first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
You are still watching Waves. Cyber Monday was created in 2005 by Ellen Davis, a marketing manager at shop.org, as a way to promote online shopping on the Monday after Thanksgiving. The idea was to provide a shopping alternative to Black Friday, which is traditionally a time for in-store shopping. Cyber Monday quickly became popular, and now many retailers offer discounts on their websites on Cyber Monday. I never knew there was anything like Cyber Monday.
Never heard of it.
The very popular one that we all know is Black Friday. In fact, I got so many promotion emails, Black Friday, Black Friday, Black Friday. And I'm like, I saw this meme on Instagram where they went to some, it wasn't in Nigeria, of course. And you know how they'll put the price as 179.99, then they'll put Black Friday and they'll write on that price. So the person went and slid the paper through it, and so that it was the same price as what they were offering as the Black Friday price. And I found that so hilarious.
I always feel that it's almost like a sham.
I know.
Really. Like, okay, maybe some days before they will put a price increase and then take it back to the original price and then say that it's Black Friday.
But apparently, thank God for Cyber Monday, but I don't think we practice that in Nigeria, because I haven't seen any organization do anything like Cyber Monday. Maybe from 2024 we'll start seeing that. Okay, Diola, what did you find in the news?
Okay, so this is UK confirms first human case of swine flu. So this is very similar to what has been circulating in pigs, which has been detected by the UK Health Security Agency on Monday. Routine surveillance in general practitioner surgeries picked up the case after the person suffered a mild illness. And, UK health, whatever, they say that they're doing contact tracing now to prevent further spread of the virus. It is not known at this stage how transmissible the strain is, or if there could be other cases in the UK. And then they also say that it's too early to say if the strain could have pandemic potential. Now, that's very scary. The UK HSA has notified the World Health Organization of the latest case. So that's about 50 reported human cases worldwide of the H1N2 virus since 2005, and none of them related genetically to the strain. When I hear things like this, is scary.
I can't imagine us dealing with another pandemic. I really do hope
the world can't deal with that.
I hope that this is mitigated as soon as possible and something is done about it as fast as possible. On my end, Tinubu, this is from Dapo Abiodun, it says Tinubu inherited government almost in coma. And this was said by the governor of Ogun State, Dapo Abiodun. He said that the country was almost comatose as reported. This is a reported speech, so to say, by Punch. Said the country was almost comatose when President Bola Tinubu came into power. He disclosed this during an interview on Channels Television, and he said, the President Tinubu-led administration has been very bold and audacious. I'm not sure that this is a conversation because if we start talking about this now, we would probably turn this to the topic of today. Because I don't expect him to say anything otherwise anyway. Definitely. I don't expect him to say otherwise. So hearing this from him, okay, yeah, the country was in a state of coma. But you had already made so many promises about what happened. But like people always say, it's just been how many months, have you? Okay.
It's been long months. The winter is long.
Very and dry. I must say, not just long, very dry as well. Okay, I mean, we're having a very interesting conversation today, speaking about the role of media in youth engagement. But then we'll continue the conversation when we come back from this break. See you after the break. Thanks for staying with us. According to data published in the ad planning tools of the top social media platforms, there were 28.20 million users aged 18 and above using social media in Nigeria at the start of 2023, which is equivalent to 25.3% of the total population aged 18 and above at that time. Nigeria's internet penetration rate stood at 55.4% of total population at the start of 2023. The KPS analysis indicates that the internet users in Nigeria increased by 2.9 million, which is about above 2.4% between 2022 and 2023. This proves that there's an increasing penetration of digitization amongst Nigerians, which means people have more access to media and to information as well. Media does play a crucial role in shaping the perspectives, values, and behaviors of youth, influencing their engagements in various aspects of society, and if used correctly, can serve as a powerful tool for promoting youth participation in civic activities, fostering social awareness, and empowering them to become active agents of change. So tonight we're asking, what is the role of media in youth engagement? Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation, send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-8038-4663. The number to WhatsApp again is 081-8038-4663. Diola, the role of media.
Well, I think the media plays a very key role in information dissemination, for providing platforms, like engagement platforms for educational purposes, to like we just did with
EIA,
EIA, and then of course there is the social impact as well. But I think that for me the most powerful, really, the two most powerful really are for information dissemination and then for education. It is expected that, where there is constructive, where the media, correctly performs its role, we can ensure that good information is actually disseminated.
Absolutely.
Because that's also something that is very
key.
Very key. The fact that, yes, there is media, but is it good media? That's very important. So.
Thank you for actually saying that. I always say to people that although people believe that, social media has its own pros and cons and all of that, but then what baffles me the most is what social media, let me say media generally. Now, what media does in terms of misinformation. Right. I detest it. On days like that, I literally want to curse the media because I'm like, why would you spread something that first of all is not true? How about people just come together and get their facts straight? Look at the case of this thing where they said the ban on Dubai had been lifted. It spread like wildfire, First, because people were looking forward to that. So we had been waiting to see, if this administration was going to be able to lift that ban. And before we knew what was happening, one person picked it up and then it went, even all the news agencies were carrying it, and only for us to hear 2 days later that was not the case. And I'm like, what's going on? So, like I said earlier, right, there's an increasing penetration of social media with the youth especially, because as it is, we saw that during the election, the youth have a very large role. So let's narrow this down to talking about governance and politics in this case now. So when we talk about the role of media in governance and in politics, I would say that it's actually very, very important, right? Because it actually helps, first of all, to educate.
Absolutely.
I'm sure that there are quite a number of youth out there that if there was no form of media, in quotes, during this past election, there would have been no participation per se. There would have been no participation. So if we're talking about one of the pros, I would say that it has played a very, very huge role and impacted a whole lot in the political space. So I would say the media is very, very important. True. If I do say so myself.
Very true. Very true. And okay, so let me flip to the bad side of it. So you have the danger of polarization. Where the media takes on a narrative and then they run with that narrative, and then people just generally jump on that narrative and they believe it to be true and make decisions based on that narrative, which is very dangerous. And I see a lot of that happening within the political space. So you find out that a lot of young people get agitated, and at the root of it is just something very false. So, we're in an age where everybody is literally a media person right now. Honestly. With social media, everybody is a media.
Actually.
So when you carry information, you're carrying it from your own, based on your own perspective. And that doesn't necessarily make it true. But maybe because you are eloquent or you have the right platform, and then you just push it out there. And then, so I see that playing around a lot. And I really hope that we can begin to be very introspective. We can begin to not just take things hook, line, and sinker, but truly
do your own investigation. Find out for yourself.
You should fact
very,
check.
very, very important. A lot of fact checking rather needs to be done. I also want to talk about something. If we talk about the echo chambers of social media now, like you spoke about polarization. When we look at the echo chambers, it's a lot of what has been said here now has now created my viewpoint as to how I'm going to see this person, how I'm going to carry on this campaign, how I'm going, what narrative it is that I have in my head. Do you get? I strongly believe that we need to, as soon as possible, drop all of that. And like you rightly said, do a lot of investigation. Check to make sure that I remember there was one conversation we had during the elections as well, when I was speaking about politics and all of that. And she was talking about how people actually need to go in depth. We need to carry on this thing of politeracy. And that's where media would actually come in. I think a lot of media houses now need to start supporting this thing, supporting this movement, making sure that people actually have the right information, since the media is the one that actually has access to some of all these HNIs and people that are actually involved in politics and all of that. You should bring these people on board, find out what it is that is going on, so that way we are sure that it's not just hearsay anymore. We're actually transmitting the right thing, and people have the correct information, and we're not just spreading false news. Also, let's talk about confirmation bias as well. Which, I mean, everything just still ties down to that same circle of So the truth is that the media has a very large. We cannot overemphasize it. The media has a very large, especially when it comes to the youth, because we're the ones on social media. We're the ones watching television. We're the ones, be it cable TV, be it through the internet, watching the online web channels and all of that. We're the ones. So we have a very, very, very large connection to what the media is doing. And in that way, the media also needs to make sure that there is responsible information that is carried out.
Very key. I mean, taking it back to where we started from about the media being a powerful tool of education, the media also empowers the people, because you can only, act based on what you know. If you don't know, or if you've been fed the wrong information, you would act that way. But if we have people in the media who are practicing responsible journalism, you understand, where we take away our own personal biases, and then we report things as it is, and then let the people form their own opinions based on the facts of the matter, then I think that we'll begin to see a more objective approach to the way that we think. And a lot of what I see now is, pardon the word, paparazzi. It's a lot of, in fact, it's almost as if the more scandalous it is, the better. Honestly, we have, because I mean, things like this can burn a nation. If we're not careful.
Of course. I mean, that being said, right, I think that we also need to create a more balanced information ecosystem. And that's where, that's what I mean when I say that the media needs to be more responsible, so that we're hearing different viewpoints, right? That ecosystem is balanced. It is not just a case of, they said Alhaji one thing, did blah 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 blah, and then everybody Alhaji is a bad man because of this. Do you understand? It's annoying because there's several other things that Alhaji has done that actually qualifies him to be a good leader. But because this is what the media is transmitting, and trust us, the youth, once we hear one thing like that, that's what we're running with. We don't even want to hear anything else. Nobody bothers about whatever else it is that he has done that seems.
Right. You're so right. And quickly coming back to that, I remember we had spoken about it here, how the media needs to play a huge role in helping to advance women politics. And again, young people, we say that they're the future of tomorrow. Young people are expected to be in, to participate in politics, governance, and all that. But young people are also watching.
Absolutely.
They're like, if you can do this to a Binta, I mean, all the poor woman just did was come out for election or something, and then you shredded her like this. I mean, I don't even want to put myself in that kind of position. You understand? So I mean, let's honestly, there has to be responsible media. There has to be a better way to do this, and I can assure you, if the pressure is less, again, I mean, let me speak on this idea of it's almost like a herd mentality. This narrative, everybody, because someone said it, someone with a platform said it, it must
All
be
burying
true.
our heads there.
Exactly. And again, I mean, this comes back to media. So I don't know if there is some sort of governance, you know, around the media ecosystem to ensure that it is fair, it is balanced, and it is accurate. Even if it is not accurate 100% of the time, at least most of the time, you know, it is. And then we will now discover that young people will see that there is actually no need to sensationalize anything. Because that's what we're doing now. We feel the more sordid it is, the better the clickbait, the better the engagement, the better. So we're learning. And all these things we're learning, we have to unlearn them fast.
As soon as possible. Yeah. I think we'll take a break, but then when we come back, we'll be talking about the influence of policy, how media actually influenced policy with youth engagement. See you after the break.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
If you're just tuned in, we're discussing the role of media in youth engagement. Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 08180384663. So before we went, we were talking about the pros and cons of the media and youth engagement. We had discussed why the media, or rather what the media needs to do better. We talked about the media creating a balanced ecosystem. And now I want us, Jola, to discuss I'm sure that there are some examples or some campaigns that we have seen talking about, we've been discussing a lot about, or rather we've been talking generally about digitization. So let's now narrow it down to social media, right? Let's look at some social media campaigns that were driven by the youth and what role or what influences were made, or maybe like policy changes and things like that. And I'll just mention one very quickly, and that's two actually. One globally and one locally in Nigeria. Let's look at the NSAS movement, for example.
Oh, that one, I mean, that one.
I think, that went it fired up the way it did because of social media.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I wouldn't have believed that people literally shut down their lives.
Yes. Nigeria shut down, like really.
It was beautiful to see, right? And that just shows you that, see, it is very, very, very crucial that we start to pay attention to what the power of media, right? Look at Black Lives Matter. Till tomorrow, even the little children are going Black Lives and Black Lives Matter. That is also the role of media.
True.
So what are we then talking about? It's absolutely important and cannot be overemphasized. I'm not sure if you have any.
Oh, there is one I remember, Tiananmen Square, the one in China, where the students, and I mean, it started with students just sending messages to each other, and before you knew it, they had literally hundreds of thousands, at the protest. And again, I mean, the power of media, the power of digitization. Information travels at the speed of light, and when young people somehow, when information gets to them and they are united for a purpose, it's amazing what they can do.
There's usually a transformative impact that can be done or that can be achieved when the media is actually used properly. That's very true. It always amazes me when people especially our old folks, when they go, oh no, the media, social media. Yes, of course, there are, bad, as it is with everything that has its advantages and its disadvantages. We can't deny that, of course, right? But then if we actually look at it and we weigh it, you would find out that the pros are actually a whole lot more than what the cons are. And in that light, I don't know why we shouldn't go with it. I also think that the government has a very large role to play in terms of, helping and making sure that the media is actually utilized to its full potential, right? Because I sometimes, even these numbers that we're saying, oh, it's increasing, there's a lot of penetration and all that, I think that we can still do a whole lot more. Yes, compared to imagine we're talking about 25%, 24%. So what happens to the other 75%? So I think that we still have a very long way to go in engaging the youth, making sure that people are actively involved, educating people for them to understand what power it is that they carry. And I would always say, I love what Office of the Citizen is doing, because it is actually giving that mindset of, it is no longer a game of, oh, we're just sitting down here and see whatever. Yeah. No, we have now realized that we actually have a role to play. There's a part that it is that we have to play. Realizing also that the media also can help. So you can wake up today and, you look at one policy, they said they wanted to pass one bill. I'm not going to discuss what bill it is. And I went on Twitter, and oh my God, Twitter was on fire, And sometimes I'm like, I just wish that these people that were behind their keypads, would actually come out in real life and, say these things and put all these words into action. Trust me, there will be a major transformation and movement, right? All of these campaigns that we see happening, all of this worldwide, not just in Nigeria, as a matter of fact, globally, right? It can all be, patterned to what role the media actually has to play. So let's now talk about what potential trends it is that we might be seeing in the future. What potential trends do you think?
Well, I think that in the nearest future, which is now, really, media is going to play a powerful. In fact, it's going to be it's going to be the most important, the game changer in politics and even governance. I mean, with media, you can be made or you can be mad. It's as simple as that, because again, there is nothing hidden anymore with this digital space. Absolutely. Now. All you need to do, you just do it like
snap of your fingers.
Everybody knows. So if we want to start engaging young people, we want to start teaching accountability, we want to start teaching participation. When young people see that, oh, this can actually happen. Again, Office of the Citizen, when they tell you this is your role as a citizen, and then we begin to understand that, then we would also understand, okay, listen, when I'm watching out for stuff in the media, this is the kind of stuff I should be looking out for.
Right.
I'm not looking at the gossip. I'm not looking at, maybe it's the father of 7 children. No. What I'm actually looking at should be around the code of conduct. How has he performed as, an elected official? Has he done this? Is the process free? Is it fair? Is it, so our engagement is much more focused. You understand? Even with the leadership. And of course, if we engage like that with the leadership, we become better followers. When we become better followers, we become active participants in the business of nation building. That's how nations grow.
Of course.
So there's no rocket science to it. There's no magic happening. People would only act based on what they know and what they see and what they are exposed to or what they're given the opportunity
to even know in the first place. That's true. I also think that a lot of platforms, talking about what might happen in the future, a lot of platforms will actually evolve, right? And this would actually cause some, if I do say so myself, significant implications, right? So if we look at terms of, sometimes I sit down and I think, and I look at it in terms of AI. What would possibly happen, right? It's because there's just going to be a whole lot to learn and absorb. And in that light, it's going to actually keep people on their toes, like you rightly said. So nothing is hidden. We all know that this is what this thing is supposed to be. So you cannot come to us and sell us nonsense. Because we know what is attainable. We know what we're looking out for. We know what the expectations are. So you're not going to come to us this morning and tell us, oh,
red is blue.
When there is advanced technology, no, they'll call your bluff and call you out on your BS and tell you, no, this is what it is supposed to be. I can't wait for that day to actually see what is actually going to happen. But then let's not dream too far. I think my imaginations are beginning to run too wild. Let me come back home and come back to reality of what is actually happening
in Nigeria
and what is achievable now in Nigeria, right? I mean, it all just boils down to the same thing that we've been saying, right? Responsibility. I think that's another angle we need to look at. How can the youth use media generally more responsibly?
I mean, it cannot be about clickbait. It cannot be because I want a trend. We're doing ourselves a disservice if we do that. Because guess what? Now, the interesting thing about, let me quickly jump to AI.
Yeah.
AI is a collection of information.
Absolutely.
It is what you put in the cyberspace that would return to you. So if you put garbage in, it's garbage out. It's simple. So you just begin to understand that you're learning the wrong things. So let us just, I mean, I think we can do better, especially in Nigeria. Sometimes we think that the only way for us to pass information is to be sensational about it. Even when we know for a fact that it's not right. So let's stop that. Let's stop, because I mean, history, they say history is written by the people who write first. So if we want to write our own history, if we want this nation for some reason, even as a people, as a culture, religion, whatever, it has to be based on the truth or fact. Maybe not truth, but facts.
Of course.
You understand? Such that even if I don't agree with the fact, I can't dispute the fact that this is the fact. The numbers have to check. The words have to check. The dates have to align.
Yes.
So, I mean, let's do that. And again, quickly, one of the biggest things that we will see, I mean, with media is our process. Maybe, just maybe, we'll begin to see a little shift towards the positive. I'm hoping so. That if more people, know about this.
Yeah.
I mean, with this last election, now we understand the role of INEC.
A whole lot better, in fact.
Exactly. So next election cycle, people know what they're going to look for. People understand the process better. And that's the power of media.
So media offers some sort of literacy. So educating us more as to what should be going on in the political space, what should be going on in terms of governance, what we should be expecting, how things should be done. Very true, very true. I mean, I think that this can't be, we can't say this enough as a matter of fact, right? It's literally like the quotes that were said earlier by Jim Morrison, right? It is what it is. You can't, it's what we're seeing. It's what is going on out there. It is what is transmitted. It is the information that is passed. If I don't know something today, I don't know what the color white is supposed to be like. I know white is white because I was told that white is supposed to be white. So if you come here today and tell me that this is white, I'll tell you, this is not white. This is what white is supposed to look like. And that's just what information is, right? And as it is now, if so even if it is in form of print, I don't even want to know whatever kind of media it is that we're talking about. We're talking about the digital media, we're talking about print, we're talking about the local way,
word of mouth,
verbally, whatever it is. It is just a way of passing information. And at the end of the day, whatever information it is that is passed should actually be accurate. because that is what begins to form our own mentality, our own, ideas and perspective. Because it is usually always just based on what it is that we've heard, what it is that we've read, what it is that we've seen. So there has to be some high level of truth. Let me call it that in the media space. So I think the media houses have a very, very huge role to play. First of all, realizing the fact that they are responsible for what is taken in. They are responsible for whatever it is that is said about this space in the next, 20, 50, 100 years. And so in that light, they need to know or make sure that what is fed is actually responsible information.
I agree.
I think that a lot of youth also need to understand there needs to be a lot of, what I call it, I think I'm using that word literacy a lot, but I mean, I think that is the bedrock, right?
Yes.
There has to be a lot of unlearning.
Oh, yeah.
There has to be a lot of relearning and learning as well. Because if we go by what it is that we know now, I'm very afraid of what it is that's going to happen to us in the nearest future. Because let's now even move away from politics and governance now. We know that on the Way Show, which is even the bedrock of the Way Show in the first place, right? To be able to educate, the youth, get the youth to talk more, get them to be more engaged as to what it is that is going on and all of that, which is why we're doing this every day. More so on even on Mondays. That's why we're talking about. People say, "Oh, why you always talk about politics and governance?" But that's because people need to know. Because a lot of people don't know, and how else would they know
if we
don't educate them? If we're not saying it, right? So it is actually very important for us to make sure that we're driving. And I'm appealing to every form of media house, be it from the newspapers, be it social media houses, whatever it is. Please, let us make sure that we're passing on responsible and accurate information. I think we have a comment somewhere. Okay, yes, of course we do. Good evening, my dear beautiful sisters of What Are You Saying? #ways. The role of the media and youth engagements. The role of the media and youth engagement should not be overemphasized, according to my dear beautiful sister Chinelo. She also made mention of the media playing a very important role in youth engagement because it educates and gives responsible information, which I agree. My dear beautiful sister D said that the role of the media empowers the youth. To me, I also believe that it creates awareness for you to select businesses of their choice. Very true. Finally, my dear beautiful sister Chinelo is back. I'm so happy and excited. Please don't disappear again. You're very important to us. God bless you. My name is Daniel, always regular fan. Daniel, I am back. I am here. But I love what he said there. Thank you very much, Daniel. Thank you for always participating. Creating awareness, of course, in every light way, shape, and form of what you term awareness to be. The good, the bad, the ugly. That's the role that the media actually plays, right? And I think you mentioned that earlier about how the media also needs to be careful to not pass the wrong narrative, so to speak. You were going to say something, Jenna?
Oh, okay. So I was going to say that even in terms of social advocacy, public announcements and all that, again, the role of the media cannot be emphasized or overemphasized. The media is literally the heartbeat of a nation because people trust them. In fact, the media is such that they're so powerful that if the media says the government is working, do you know that it's just psychological? The people would believe that the government
and begin to see.
Yes, and begin to see that the government is actually working.
Yeah, true.
So, for every kind of information that the media has the opportunity to, whatever space, whether politics, whether social business, economy, in whatever way, what we need is not sensation. No. Let's just leave that for countries that don't even have a name. We have suffered enough, and we need cold, hard truths to be able to make informed decisions to move forward. I am very hopeful that in the next election cycle, the amount of information that has been put out there, I wish a lot more media houses, media influencers, people within the space will do more to educate, enlighten, and empower young people. Don't castigate somebody who did some 10 years ago. No, let us understand about, what is expected as a citizen, what is expected as an electorate, what you are supposed to do, how the voting process is supposed to go, what the Constitution says. I mean, I would think that, maybe some media houses will do maybe like every 30 minutes or it can even be a civic responsibility for them. Teach people, educate people about the Constitution. You'll be amazed that I personally, I think enough
has helped our lives.
Yeah. So when people understand, people even begin to understand their own fundamental human rights
and responsibilities.
So I mean, the media is almost like the alpha and the,
Rightly said, Diola. So I'm sure that from all that we have said, it all boils down to one thing, which is the significant role that the media in general actually has to play in youth engagement, be it in politics, be it in the economy, be it socially, in entertainment, in whatsoever sphere of life it is. And it is also very important for mobilization, I must say, and disseminating information as well. In fact, I'm sure I've said this thing like 10 times now. The media needs to become more responsible, because the truth is that anytime the youth need any form of information, that is where we run to. Even me, I'm a true testament to that. Even when they say what's in the news, where do I go to? I run straight to the media, because and do you know what baffles me? I'm like, there are so many things that are happening
in the course of a day. You
I'm
don't even
telling you,
honestly.
And it's so interesting how you can just randomly bump into someone and then the person is saying the exact thing that you just saw. It really gets my mind running wild. I'm like, wow, there's actually so much power in what this thing has to offer. So please, once again, I am actually appealing to every form of media house out there, media influencers like Jealous Koji people, the prints, the traditional print, the newspapers, and all of that. Let us, as much as possible, play a responsible role in actually engaging the youth. This is actually very, very important, because as we have said, it can actually transform a whole lot. And what better way to make the country better if not to transform our political space and the governance space as well. And like Dela said, in the next election cycle, oh my God, I'm excited in advance, because a lot of people are more politically aware now. They know a whole lot of things that should be done, that should be expected. And also, thank God for Office of the Citizen, the EI Enough is Enough platform as well. Remember that you can always send a message to the chat, but if you have any questions to ask, it starts from inside. Find out who is responsible for fixing that road. It's not everything that is Tinubu. It's not everything that they say the economy was in coma. It's not everything, Sometimes these things are people that are around us are the ones that are responsible, our primary environment. So we need to also try to find out, and let's not just wait. Ask questions. It is your responsibility. The way we say that we have our human rights, we also have people always talk about human rights. They forget about human responsibilities. It's your responsibility to know the people that are in charge of certain things as well. So the media is not just there to know who has gotten the latest BBL or, things like that. Please help to also be involved and also participate in the political space and in the space of governance as well. I'm sure that we've said. Diola, any final thoughts before we go?
I mean, just be responsible about the information you put out there. That's what I would say.
Thank you very much. It was great to have you tonight, Diola. Before we go, do ensure you Show Africa, you can interact with us further, drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our social media engagements. Remember to like, share, comment, and invite your friends and family to watch us and follow us. If you missed today's quote, here it is again. Whoever controls the media controls the mind. This is by Jim Morrison. See you tomorrow. Yes, I will be here again. See you tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Bye.
Hydration is when you have enough water content in your body, then you're hydrated. And what is dehydration? Dehydration is the opposite of hydration. That's lack of water. And a lot of people are suffering from dehydration. Why are they suffering from dehydration? A lot of people find it difficult to drink water. It's healthy for you to get up in the morning and drink water, a glass of water. Cleanses your system. It makes you start on a good mood. It's when you take enough water, your skin equally glows. You know, your mood is well balanced. You're not feeling tired, because when you are dehydrated, you tend to feel tired. You tend to feel sick because your body is toxic. You understand? So your body is toxic, and things that are not supposed to be in your body are being retained in your body instead of it being flushed out. When you are properly hydrated, then you pee, you go to the toilet, you urinate, you sweat well, which is very, very healthy. In doing that, the excess things you do not require, the toxins you do not require are passed out from the body. So it makes you healthy. Watermelon is good. Watermelon has a lot of water. Pineapple is good. You know, you can take this fruit like cucumber. If you okay, let me just give you these little tips. You can do your mix your cucumber, blend your cucumber with watermelon, blend it with a bit of beetroot, add a bit of ginger to it. It will keep you very, very energized. It will keep you alert when you have your then add apple to it, because definitely apple is going to sweeten it up, but not too much. So you can add apple to it, but it's going to keep you energized for the day. Then another combination, like I said, is an addition to another combination that can give you enough energy for the day. You can have your kale, you can have a bit of pineapple, you can have a bit of, so when I say a bit, it is now for you to come to us and ask us what the bit is. But so you have your banana, you have your kale, you have your pineapple, you can add a bit of chai seed to it. Blend is energy giving. Kale on its own is powerful. Is a power bank of veggies. Then banana is another. So you have your banana there, you have your pineapple, you have your kale, you have your chai seed. If you want, you can add a bit of ginger to it, depending on. But you're beautiful with that. Then with water, you're fine. Well, we need to have fruit in our life, because we don't want to go to the hospital. They help fight they help combat diseases in the body. So you derive vitamins from fruits. Your body absorbs your food properly when you eat well. When you take in fruits, your body metabolizes the food you eat. You're not constipated while you eat. Your body metabolizes your food properly. When you take enough fruit, you have a very glowing skin. When you take fruits, you have vitamins, it helps aging. Some of us that are tending towards, and we don't want to look old, take enough fruits. You'll be fine. Your face, your skin, everything will glow. You have to find out what that child likes. All children are not the same. So you need to know what that child likes. When you find out what the child likes, then you start mixing fruit together. Most children, not all of them anyway, they have sweet tooth. So it could be a combination of banana with some other things, you know. But the first thing is to find out what the child likes. When you get what the child likes, then day in, day out, you introduce it into their meals. You can make it into smoothies. You can make it into juice for them because it's easier to take. When you make juices or you make smoothies, it's easier for them to take a whole lot of nutrients into their body within a short time. So I would talk from experience. If I want to, cucumber for example, not everybody likes cucumber because cucumber is tasteless. But for you to enjoy cucumber has high water content and it's really good for the body. But for you to enjoy cucumber, you can combine your cucumber with other fruits that you love to eat. Take for example, some people like pineapple, some people like apple. Combine it with the fruit you enjoy, then you can make it into probably juice. You can juice it, you can make smoothies of it. You can make your salad interesting. When I say interesting, make your veggies, add some fruit to it. Add your chicken and all that, then add some fruit to it. Most fruit gives your normal vitamins. So I'm going to start with apple. Apple will help you with your digestion. The beetroot will help you with metabolism. Citrus fruits, lemon for example, cleanses your system.
Today, on the Justice Court, the plaintiff, Josephine Abimbola Akinriola, is asking the court to compel her husband to be responsible for the upkeep of their children.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Abimbola and Ayola Akinriola.
Thank you, Akin. Abimbola Akinriola.
Yes, ma'am.
You brought the defendant to court.
Yes.
Ayola.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's your husband.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, tell me why you are here.
Yes. When I met Ayola during my service here as a youth corper.
When was that?
That was in 2005. 2005. As a banker serving in the bank, I met him in the company of his mother. They came around to check his late father's account. So after attending to them, he met me, then he wooed me. Then after that, on several occasions, he was around to talk to me and all that. But because I'm an SS patient, I usually get I'm always very careful before going into any relationship. So at that time, I was going to 26 years. So then later I gave in to his request. He was not working. There was no job. He was not working. I asked him some questions. He was a dropout from about 2 different universities. I asked, why is this so and all that? So he said maybe due to cultism or riot in this case, as a violent person and all that. I said, okay. He now told me that he's now a changed person and he's ready to, he has turned a new leaf and he wants to live a good life now. So I tried helping him. I encouraged him to go back to school, that he can start all over again, forgetting the age barrier. So he decided to look into that. Then I told him, that means you have to look for a job. You are a grown-up man. I think it was about 37 years, 36, 37 then. So.
How old were you then?
I was 26, going to 27. So I told him to go back. So he said, okay, no problem. Then I told him that you can drive very well. Since you don't have any certificate to work with, you can start, maybe since you know how to drive, you can apply for a driver's job if you are not going to be shy taking up that kind of a job. It's not a dirty job, you can get a good one. Fortunately for him, he secured one with Oceanic Bank then. So he was lucky to have been put under Cecilia Ibru to work as one of his drivers. So he was working with her. Then I made him to know that, okay, I was still a virgin, but I need to go back to school. I want to sponsor myself after my youth service. I want to go back for my master's. And that means I may not be able to give you full attention at this time. So I have to go. You won't see me frequently anyway, that you may not be able to see me all the time. The mother too was aware of this before she died. So I went for my master's. Then, but after my service, I got secured with the bank I was working with. So then during that time, later he came around to my office, we met again, the relationship started again, fully again. So that was when we had an intercourse and he disflowered me. God knows why I got pregnant. So I had during the period of my pregnancy, when I was pregnant, he actually gave my parents, he tortured them because he denied, he didn't deny, but he said he was not ready for marriage. I made him to know that there's no problem, but considering my health, I can't terminate any pregnancy. You just have to keep this baby, and you know that I'm not a wayward person. So I kept the baby. Sometimes I would call him. He was already working, and he was earning good salary. He was even using the woman's car, as in the boss car often. It was okay, quite okay. So, but he was not supporting me in any way. So I accepted my fate. I went on. My parents supported, my aged parents, they supported me. They gave me all the support I needed. And I was able to pull through. But always going into the hospital on admission and coming out. But at the end of the day, I put to bed through cesarean section. So I had the CS. That was when he now showed up. Though during the first trimester, I called him. We were persuading him to at least do something. Your wife is pregnant. You know you are the owner of this pregnancy. Try and support this lady. He didn't even show up. The only time he showed up that I was able to speak with him when my boss ordered him to come around, my boss then in my branch, he now came around, the woman called him, she spoke with him at length. When he left, the woman told me, this is not someone you can marry. She actually said that. But, so when I put to bed, I called him, he said he was not in town, he came over that week. So he gave the baby name at the hospital. So I went back to my parents. They took care of me after being discharged. And I went ahead with taking care of the baby. 2 years after, the third year, suddenly, before then, he was calling. At times I would pick. I said, what? You ask of the baby. I said, the baby is fine. And my daughter is fine. She's doing well. She has even gone to school. Mommy and daddy.
Was he sending anything for upkeep of?
He sent, when I was disturbing, he sent like, sometimes he would send 3,000, send 5,000. At maybe like
He was sending
3 months. Not in 3 months or in 6 months, he may send 5,000 naira. Just
so it was not regular.
That not even about regular. If it is regular, maybe like 3 months, that would have even be considered fair. But not maybe in a year, maybe 5,000 or 3,000 twice. So, but I was not bothered about that. I didn't bother myself. I just felt, okay, God is helping me. I have a job and I'll take care of this child. So I went on, I was taking care of my daughter. 3 years after, he started calling again. And came back pleading with my parents that he's so sorry. He's very sorry that he didn't know that my family is a good one. My mother, he actually thought my mother was a witch, that she's into witchcraft. He's a fetish person. So he went to an imam, he went to a prophet, he went to a babalawo, an herbalist. They told him that my mother is the one behind his predicament. I said, you don't have any predicament because you caused this for yourself. They rusticated you from 2 universities. And your life has been in disarray. And now, I've encouraged you to start all over again, and you are doing that. Take that away. There's no one attacking you or no one behind your problem. So let's just forge ahead. So later, my daddy is the minister of God, and he encouraged him, talked to him, he apologized, he cried. Then he now said he wants to come and marry me. The only thing I did was, before you touch me, we are going to go, because I've not seen you in the last more than 2 years. We have to go for medical tests. I took him to the lab. We had series of tests done. The STD, we did HIV, I did every other test, but I did not do genotype, because I saw the one he gave me when we met. Considering that, I accepted his proposal and we went in for the marriage. His family came around for the introduction. Then we went for the registry. My documents are here, the pictures, the wedding pictures and everything, and every document are here. So they came we did the registry, did the engagement and every other thing, and we went home. As in, we went with both of us. We contributed money. We rented apartments. So we went home. We're living together. Few months, let's say almost a year into the wedding, not even up to a year, some months after our wedding, as he started, when we are in the house, my husband would, you are limping. I was not having issue with my legs, but due to the complication of being a sickle cell, you may have a reason to limp or you have pain. So it was like, why are you limping? Is this how you'll be walking if we go out in public? I said, but you saw me and I explained everything to you before you got married to me. Any little thing, my husband will flare up. He will start arguing that, to the extent that before we sleep at night, my parents will call, because they were so scared that this guy, I hope you are okay, is everything all right? I said, there's no problem. Daddy, just continue to pray with me. I will pray. I was also trying to make him to be a gentleman. So, when we argue, he will threaten me. I was like, what? We are not fighting now. We are just explaining things to ourselves. Anyway, I'm sorry. Can we sleep? My daughter he said my daughter should stay with my parents. Actually, my daughter was already in school before he came back to beg for my hand in marriage. When we got married, I was quick to get pregnant. Like 2 weeks after the wedding, I got pregnant again with the twins. So I started because of my health, I have to go for clinic, antenatal on time, so that I won't have problem. So my medicals, I was taking care of it, but at times I would tell him, what do you have to offer? Let's just do it. We'll be doing it together. I told him of the land I had. I told him, even if you cannot get your own, we can build on my own. You are naming everything. I was just trying to support it to make him just feel okay so that we have a good life. So, whenever he argues with me like that, before I sleep every night, I'll go to my kitchen, pick the knives, pick the fork, every other dangerous weapon, instruments. I'll just take them to my traveling bag, my box, and put them under it.
Why?
Because of the way he threatens me.
But did he ever use any of these weapons?
He did not, but I was always scared. He was not aware that I was doing that. He wasn't aware. He would beat me at times. I can recount like 3 to 4 times that he would beat me. I will call my dad. Daddy, look at what is happening. My daddy will call him. My dad is in the court right now. He's a witness. My daddy will call him, talk to him that you don't have to do this. He took him as a son. Even my daddy was helping him to submit his CV to his friends to secure a job for him. My daddy will talk to him, you don't do things like that. And please don't injure my daughter. Consider her situation. And you to calm down. Let God take control of your life. We'll talk to him. So I was managing. I'm already into it. So I was managing. So when I got sick in the 5th month, the doctor insisted that I stay at the hospital till I put to bed, that I may not be able to survive it if I should go back home. I said, dear, I can't live here anymore until I put to bed. They said I can't even carry this baby to term again. He said, what do I mean by that? They said I can't carry it, that my energy is not enough to get to the 3rd trimester. Okay? When it got to almost the 6th month, the doctor said, that week, they now checked me and said, now we have managed to push you to the 6th month. And the only thing we can do is to save your life and save the babies. But your life first, before we talk about the baby. But the baby too, we can save the babies. He said, okay. So they said we are going to do the CS. I called him, I said, they said we have to bring out the baby, so since I don't have energy again, I'm almost running out, passing out. So I now called him. He came to the hospital, and when he got to the hospital, he was like, don't even carry out any baby. Let her carry that pregnancy to term. The doctor said, Oga, this is 6 months, and this is January. The due date is April. She cannot survive it. So we have to do this to save her life and save the babies. So when he didn't sign, my mom was with me at the hospital. They were almost running into arguments. So I said, Mommy, just take it easy. Call Daddy. I was managing to talk, and they called my dad. That Daddy, he said he will not sign. He said he will not sign, that I should carry pregnancy to term. And I can never, due to I can never put to bed on my own. He was aware of this. I can never put to bed on my own. It must always be CS. So he said I should carry. Daddy said, okay, if you know you will not sign, this is my daughter. This is my daughter. I will not wait and watch for me to lose her, because I know how long it took me to raise her up to this level. So yours is just the baby. This spot here is my own. The water inside is yours. So I'm not going to watch you allow the pot to break and you lose the water also. So Daddy said they should go ahead and do the CS. They carried out the CS. And the baby were out. We had 2 boys, twins. So my husband left the moment he realized that they've done this CS and left us at the hospital. My parents didn't even tell me this until after the 3rd day, when I was able to talk slightly, just faintly. So they told me, I said, where is Daddy Jadesola? my husband was Jadesola. So he said, we have not seen him. We have not seen him. Then he showed up that very day. When he now showed up...
That's the third day.
The third day.
He was with you on the first day. The day you were put him to bed.
Yes.
Then he came on the third day as well.
Third day he came. Then when I saw him on that third day, we spoke and all, because I was not having the energy to talk too much, so we only discussed briefly. And then on the fifth day, he showed up. When he showed up, he now told me he wants to go, and there's somebody that said he should supply stationery. He wants to go there to supply it. I said, very good, that's good. Well, maybe after we get back home, I'll take a loan from the bank. We'll use it to buy a bus. He said he even wants to have his own personal bus. He will drive it. He will be able to have control and make money easily. He doesn't want to hire someone to do the job. I said, there's no problem with that, as long as you do it intelligently. So that was the plan, that when I put to bed, that's what we'll do immediately. So we had that plan. While planning that, my dad was also talking to some of his friends to get a job for him, which he eventually did. He secured a job for him. So, but on the fifth day he showed up, he told me that he never showed up. Up to this very moment that I'm talking to him, that I'm here, apart from when he came around to maybe, I don't want to call it hypnotize, to take my daughter away from me last year, I didn't set my eyes on my husband. This is going to 11 years. I've not set eyes on him. I'm just seeing him today. Apart from that day, we did briefly for like 5 minutes when I insisted that you can't take my daughter away. This is the second time. Like 2018, my leg issue started. So it was affecting my job. And I eventually got disengaged on health ground, though they donated that I should go for medical care. I wanted to do surgery. Though the bill was around 20 million to do it in India then, 20 million naira. But my company and my office, they couldn't give me all the money, but they tried their best. They gave me some millions, but I couldn't do the surgery. I was managing. They paid me off and all that. So when I called him again, then he blocked my line. He blocked me on Facebook, blocked me on WhatsApp, blocked me on all social media platforms. So, but at times, I will use another number to call you. I will send message. Please, I'm now out of job. I've been raising these kids. It's not been easy. Kindly support me. My parents have been the one using their money. He said, let them continue to use their pension to raise them for you. And you, didn't they pay you gratuity when you left job? Use your gratuity and raise them. Don't you ever disturb me again. During those times, I won't lie, he sent about 3,000 before I lost my job. Sent 3,000 like 2 occasions, sent another 5,000 once for 3 kids. Well, I was not complaining because I had the job. So, but when I lost my job, I called on him. That was his statement.
The plaintiff, Josephine Abimbola Akinriola, met and started dating the defendant as a virgin at age 26. Eventually, they got married and have 3 children. However, the defendant is denying the paternity of 2 out of 3 children. Josephine claims that she has been solely responsible for the upkeep of these children for over a decade, but now she has been out of job on health ground, being a sickle cell patient. She is finding it challenging to continue to cater for the 3 children all by herself. She is seeking court intervention on this matter.
When I needed to do my surgery, I can bring it out. I went on GoFundMe to raise funds for myself, but the money was not complete. They treated me at loot. It got to a time that I was almost running mad. My medical, this is at home anyway, but if you confirm from loot, they will tell you that they referred me to the psychiatrist unit for them to check me for my mental health to be restored, to be okay. So they worked on my mental health. Then my daughter will be writing her WAEC. She's now promoted to SS3.
That's Jadesola.
Yes, ma. Now in GSS3, she's 14 going to 15. Then the twins, They are resuming GSS1, secondary school, next month. Jarisola will go to SS3 by next month. So I've been the only one taking care of them. All the receipts for the school fee, they are here. The pictures, their graduation and everything, they are here. So that is all I can say, ma.
You've not mentioned your claim.
Ma, my claim, yes. I emotionally traumatized. Then later, I'm sorry, I didn't chip that in. I got from we were using one phone. When he didn't have a phone, I used my phone, the BlackBerry phone then, he used it to do business. So he logged on to the Facebook account of his account. So when he now absconded, my phone got bad, then I repaired it, but his password was still on that phone. I opened it, I saw his Facebook chat with a girl. The girl got pregnant for him. When the girl got pregnant for him, I was following the chat tray till the girl put to bed. And the pregnancy was at the same time that I gave birth to my twins. We put to bed the same year. He has a son now called Daniel. The son and my twins, they are the same year. Their birth year, they are the same. Then, when my daughter was being bullied at school, so there was a time that she was feeling so bad. I said, relax your mind. There's nothing. I can be your father and mother. If it doesn't show up, you are okay. But you know children now. So there was a time he wanted to take her. He took her away, actually, to the house. When she got there, he has 5 children with that same girl that he was chatting with on Facebook that I saw. Then he personally explained to my daughter too that he had about 3 other ladies that got pregnant for him, that he has babies too. Apart from my 3 legal children, he has like 9 other children.
All right. You have not mentioned why you are
Why I'm here because he absconded, he abandoned me with 3 kids. And I want him to pay for all the almost 11 years that he has left me with these children. I have suffered enough. I want to do my surgery. I don't have any money. I've been taking care of myself and my kids single-handedly. My parents have been the one doing all this. I cannot go back to work until I'm okay, I'm fit. I need money.
You want him to be responsible for the children.
And if you can pay back all I've suffered for, I wouldn't mind.
Do you know what he does for a living now?
I know he has his certificate now, so, and...
Well, do you know what he does for a living?
I don't know, but my daughter said he's working, and he has so many children he's taking care of, but my children have never eaten a kobo from him.
Okay. Please, can you get a chair for her? Let her have a seat.
Thank you.
Okay, can you respond to this?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you so much. I'm honored to have met you in person because I've seen you a lot. In the first place, my father never had, she worked with Wema Bank. My father never has
worked with
Wema Bank.
Okay.
That's what he has never, I don't think she has ever worked with any other bank before. If she has, she should say, but she works with Wema Bank, and my father had never had a Wema Bank account in his life. It was First Bank. My mother had never stepped into Wema Bank because she does not have account.
Mother. Do you have an account there?
Of course, I have an account in Wema Bank. That was how we got to meet her. My mother had never followed me to Wema Bank because I'm not a baby. She has no reason to follow me there. So she has never followed me to any bank or hold my hand to any bank to meet her.
Where did you meet?
We met at Wema Bank where she was working during her youth service, like she said.
All right, okay.
But my mother did not follow me.
Alone? You were alone the day you met?
Yes, I was alone. My father doesn't have an account. So those were lies. Can be proven. Like, we met quite all right. And I liked her. That's one thing with me. If I like someone, I talk to the person. It's a favor. I spoke to her. And she said, okay. That was it.
As the defendant, Ayola Akinriola, moved on with other women and continued to neglect the responsibility of his children from his marriage? This matter continues to unfold in the next episode as the defendant puts up his defense on the allegations.
If your baby daddy is denying paternity of the child to avoid upkeep, or you suspect misattributed paternity situations. Submit your case online at www.thejusticescourt.com for a prompt resolution of the matter.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 when they pay.
Good afternoon, I am Shade Uwe, and this is News Update. An appeal court sitting in Lagos State on Tuesday dismissed the petition filed by Tonya Cole of the All Progressives Congress, APC, against Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara of the People's Democratic Party. Tonya Cole wanted the appeal court to direct the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to declare him the winner of the March governorship election. He had told the court that Fubara was still signing documents as Accountant General of the state even after his nomination as the governorship candidate of the PDP. The Rivers State Governorship Election Petition Tribunal had in October dismissed the petition, saying that the APC that sponsored Tonya Cole had withdrawn the petition against Fubara's victory. Operatives of the Imo State Police Command have arrested 18 suspected members of the indigenous people of Biafra in connection with the killing of 2 officers at Ahiara Junction in Ahiazu Umbise local government area of the state. The officers were attacked by the suspects who were dressed in military camouflage when they stopped to refuel the vehicles on Monday. It was also gathered that the suspects swooped on the suspected officers in 3 vehicles while shooting sporadically. The spokesperson for the police command, Henry Okoye, said the 2 officers killed in the incident have been identified as the divisional police officer of Ahiazu Umbise and an inspector. The police command in Katsina State said its operatives succeeded in neutralizing 3 suspected notorious bandits kingpins. This is contained in a statement issued by the command's public relations officer, PPRO ASP Abubakar Aliyu, on Tuesday in Katsina. He said the incident occurred on November 25th while on a joint patrol with members of the vigilante in Kwara area of the Jibia local government area. The PPRO added that the corpses were later identified as those of Bala Wuta, a suspected notorious bandits leader terrorizing Jibia local government area and its environs. Others, he added, were Dogona Saura and Hassan Bukuru, notorious suspected terrorists terrorizing people in the same area. The Nigerian government has approved 27.5 trillion naira for the 2024 appropriation bill, according to the Minister of Budget and National Planning, Atiku Bagudu. The medium-term expenditure framework, which was approved by the National Assembly, has been reviewed, resulting in a target revenue of 18 trillion naira for the next fiscal year. The Chancellor has also reviewed the MTEF, which has an exchange rate of 750 naira to $1 and a crude oil benchmark of $73 to improve revenue.
Mr. President's determination to find more money to fund our priorities, today the Federal Executive Council further revised the medium-term expenditure framework and the fiscal policy framework. And 2 of the important decisions was to use an exchange rate of 750 naira to $1 and also a benchmark crude oil reference price of $77.96, meaning $4 more than the earlier approval. Equally, the Federal Executive Council approved the 2024 appropriation bill and the presentation of such to the National Assembly by His Excellency, Mr. President. The bill has an aggregate expenditure of 27 trillion 500 billion. The forecast revenue is now 18.32 trillion, which is higher than the 2023 revenues, including that provided in the 2 supplementary budgets. Equally and commendably, the deficit is lower than that of 2023.
President Bola Tinubu has transmitted an executive communication to the Senate indicating his intention to present the 2024 appropriation bill to a joint session of the National Assembly tomorrow, Wednesday, November 29th by 11 a.m. Tinubu's letter of intent was read at plenary by Senate President Godswill Akpabio at plenary on Tuesday, November 28th. Philip Shaibu, Deputy Governor of Edo State, has officially announced his intention to run for the governorship election in the state. Shaibu officially announced his intention in a televised announcement on Monday. The Edo governorship election is slated for September 21st, 2024. Shaibu said he will be competing for the Edo governorship ticket on the platform of the People's Democratic Party.
You did not just call me Mr. Constituency Project for nothing. In my time as a legislator, I delivered 49 constituency projects at the state level and 13 solid constituency projects within the short stint I had at the federal level. I fought the good fight for you, my people. Along the way, suffered humiliation, enjoyed many moments of victory, but I am thankful in all things. Have been bruised, but not crushed. Persecuted, but not abandoned. After all, I be original Edo son. 100% own boy. This is why today I stand before you with great conviction and resolve, as I declare my intention to run for the office of the governor of Edo State under the platform of the People's Democratic Party in the upcoming 2024 election. And I am confident that with your support, we can take Edo State to even greater heights.
The Oba of Benin, Omonoban Edo Ukwu-Apollo Eware II, has called on all Nigerians to support the administration of President Bola Tinubu, as well as live in peace with one another. The Oba spoke during a courtesy call on Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu at Lagos House Marina. He noted that the victory of Tinubu at the 2023 presidential poll showed that God ordained him to rule the country. Obana Edo Ukwu-Apollo Eware II harped on the need for peaceful coexistence in order to achieve sustainable development in all areas of the nation's economy.
If Nigeria were to break up today, it would be like Banana Republic. Nigeria is big because we are together. When they say the biggest country in Africa, because it's Nigeria, it's because the way we are. So it's good to remain like this, but iron out differences that we have. Everywhere they have differences, just iron out our own, remain the same, learn to live together. Learn to live together like one big family.
The Oba of Benin, Eware II, congratulated Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on his re-election, commended the giant strides of the governor in Lagos, and charged him not to rest on his horse to achieve greater heights in his second term in office. Sanwo-Olu, who eulogized the Oba of Benin for distinguishing himself among the traditional rulers, said his protection of culture and promotion of traditional values have earned him maximum respect across the country.
There was no need for always running to court and everything. I hope Nigeria will be able to come up with a system whereby issues will be resolved than dragging whenever general elections or presidential elections, carried out, so dragging and things we were hearing, we were not happy about, whether it's true, whether not true, but President, is my in-law. So thank you very much, and we thank God for your also successful election. We pray for you. We pray you be successful in tenure. Your cabinet will do well for us.
I want to say to you, sir, that we are beginning to see some of his interventions. Just last week, we saw another quarter of GDP growth in the country, right? Where the GDP growth has improved from what it was the last 1 and 2 quarters. The third quarter looks very, very well, but we said to him that he still has to do a lot more. So we're believing that with him at the helm of affairs, and like you said, sir, he has clear clear sight to govern well, and I will believe that he will do a good job. For us here in Lagos, we're the shoulder and the neck of the country, and we will continue to ensure that Lagos remain home to a lot of people.
Now moving on to other parts of Africa. An elevator carrying workers to the surface at a giant South African platinum mine plunged out of control, killing 11 and injuring 75, the mine operator said on Tuesday. Impala Platinum said the accident happened on Monday at its Rustenburg mine northwest of Johannesburg, as more than 80 employees were leaving the shaft at the end of the shift. The alert was raised shortly before 5 p.m. as the lifts unexpectedly started descending. According to the company in a statement, its rapid descent was stopped by the conveyance counterweight becoming trapped by the jack catches safety systems intended to stop lifts and underground trains from rolling back in case of an accident. The company said 75 workers were injured and were transferred to local hospitals and admitted for treatment. Moroccan justice on Monday sentenced an internet user to 3 years in prison on appeal for insulting the king after publications on social networks in 2020 criticizing the normalization of relations between Morocco and Israel. On Monday, the Casablanca Court of Appeal reclassified the facts as an offense against the person of the king and reduced the sentence to 3 years imprisonment. Under the terms of Constitution, Morocco's foreign policy is a prerogative of the monarch, in this case, Mohammed VI. In outside Africa, Israeli forces and Hamas fighters appeared to be abiding by a truce for a fifth morning on Tuesday after a 4-day ceasefire was extended at the last minute for at least 2 days to let more hostages go free. A single column of black smoke could be seen rising above the obliterated wasteland of the northern Gaza war zone from across the fence in Israel, but there was no sign of jets in the sky or rumble of explosions. Both sides reported some Israeli tank fire in the Sheikh Radwan district of Gaza City in the morning, but there were immediate reports of casualties. During the truce, Hamas fighters released 50 Israeli women and children as young as toddlers from among the 240 hostages they captured in southern Israel during a deadly rampage on October 7th. In return, Israel released 150 security detainees from its jails, all women and teenagers. Hamas also separately released 19 foreign hostages, mainly Thai farm workers, under separate deals parallel to the truce agreement. Now moving on to business. Nigeria's crude oil production, including condensate, rose year on year by 30% to 1.6 million barrels per day in October 2023 from 1.2 million barrels per day recorded in the corresponding period of 2022. But on month-on-month basis, the nation's oil output dropped marginally by 0.7% to 1.562 million barrels per day in October 2023 from 1.572 million barrels per day in the preceding month of September 2023. A closer check on the production figures showed that the nation's output, including condensate, stood at 1.5 million barrels per day in January 2023, dropped to 1.3 million barrels per day in April before climbing to 1.6 million barrels per day in September, apparently the highest so far in 2023. However, despite the improvement in crude oil production at 1.6 million barrels per day, it remains significantly lower than the 2023 budget benchmark of 1.69 million barrels per day and the OPEC quota of 1.7 million barrels per day. In entertainment, legendary American rapper Busta Rhymes has released his recent collaboration with Grammy-winning Nigerian singer Burna Boy. Reports say that Burna Boy features in a track entitled Robo Shooter of Busta Rhymes' latest album, Blockbuster. Speaking in a recent interview, the hip-hop legend said working with Burna Boy was one of the most incredible experiences he has had in his life because he is fast, efficient, and very clear. And he knows what he's going to do, and he's not wasting time because he is super dangerously cold with it. On how the collaboration came to be, Busta Rhymes said he played about 5 songs for Burna Boy and he chose to jump on Robo Shooter, which was produced by American legend Pharrell Williams. In sports, LeBron James set the record for the most minutes played in NBA on the same night. He scored 18 points as the LA Lakers suffered a 138-94 points defeat by the Philadelphia 96ers on Monday. James 38 surpassed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's league record of 66,297 minutes during the first quarter of the game. James also surpassed Abdul-Jabbar's tally of 38,387 points in February to become the division's leading scorer. The margin of victory for the 76ers surpasses the 42 points that separated Lakers and the Indiana Pacers in 2019, which was previously the heaviest defeat of James's 21-year NBA career. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel, The Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Shade Uwe. Many thanks for watching.
Increase the reach. Alopecia is a rare condition among women in Nigeria, and because of this, many people are not well informed of this condition. We spoke to Moshudat Badmos, who shared her journey with us.
I was preparing for service and I went to the salon to wash my hair. I was on dreads then, and when I got to the salon, the hairdresser, she hadn't even started washing my hair. She was just separating the dreads, and she saw the bald spot. So just small, like a coin shape around here. So when she said, she was like, Auntie Shefarin in Yoruba means, Auntie, did you scrape your hair? I was like, why would I scrape my hair? She's like, there's a spot here, like a bald shiny spot, and showed me. And I was like, no, what's this? So that day I was scared. I just quickly packed my hair. I told her not to even wash it again. I went home and I told my mom, something happened at the salon, and my mom was like, this is spiritual. Nigerian mothers. So we started thinking, did anybody come? Because that was the first thing that came to my mind. Hair can't just disappear. It's something that is always a part of you. It can't just disappear. So what happened? Then I went to camp. I went to camp the following week. And when I came back, the spot was still there. So that was when it started for me. And I started doing so many things. We took the spiritual route. Then it was a month or two after. I just went online. I went online and just I searched in my symptoms and the signs I saw, the bald spots and all that, and I saw alopecia. So I told my mom I saw something like alopecia. I'm like, oh no, she doesn't feel that as it. So I told her I wanted a second opinion because we've been doing the whole spiritual thing. So I wanted a medical opinion. So we went to see a doctor and told me it was fungal infection. So I was placed on drugs and it didn't do anything. But my mind kept going back to the alopecia. Where I was 7-2, there was a health center in the compound. I went to see the director then too, and he told me the same thing, that it's a fungal infection. So I still wasn't convinced. I told my dad I want a third opinion. So he took me to his workplace and I saw the doctor they used there. And she was the first person that said, okay, this looks like alopecia. She doesn't even really know much about it, but she was like, she's going to refer me to Lutz Dermatology Clinic. It's at Yaba. So that was when I went there. So when I got there, that was in, I think around probably September or so. And I saw the nurse in charge. They were like, there is no appointment, there's no space available to see the doctor. The next appointment is going to be in 2016 March. So I told the woman like March care, like no, I have to see the doctor because by then I already had like a lot of bald spots. It wasn't just one again. I had about 5 then. So I showed her my hair. Like she should just see it. Like she wasn't even so. I felt it was something she probably has seen. She wasn't even so concerned. It's like, sis, there are people with worse conditions than you have that are on the list. I can't do anything. So I begged her. I was in tears, and she was like, okay, she's going to give me December. It's based in December. She'll come back in December. Told me to come very early. That the clinic time starts by 8. So I got there 7. I was early. When I got there 7, I met a lot of people already. And when they started giving out numbers, I think the number ended at 25 or so. I think I was like number 29. So they told me like I won't be able to see the doctor, that should come back the next day. So I started crying. Nobody understood why I was crying, and the woman was like, what happened? What? So I told her like, ma, no, I can't come back in January. Like I can't come back next year. I have to see the doctor today. So I just opened my scalp, and like I had like my hair was like, you know when they say rats chopped in someone's hair. So I had a lot of patches, and it was really ugly. And everybody was like, oh. So the nurse looked at me and said, so look at people here, people with terrible conditions. There's nothing wrong with you. Just go back and you see the doctor when you see the doctor. She wasn't even so concerned, and I just kept on crying. So people begged her, and she gave me a number. So when I saw the dermatologist, she was like, you have alopecia, you're not special, you're just one of the few unfortunate ones. So there is no known cause, there is no cure for it. But since you have alopecia areata right now, we're going to place you on the treatment. You're going to take steroid shots for 6 months. So the steroid shots they give you on the bald spots. So I was happy, like, okay, finally, this is something I can do. So I went to my mom's sister's place then. So when I got to her place, she was like, oh, check calorie, like we should go see all these herbalists, people that are into herbal treatments and all. So we went there. The lady said, okay, she's going to prepare a bowl for me and all that. But first, I have to scrape my hair. So that day, I had already taken the first steroid shots on my scalp. So I told the woman then that no, I don't want to do the treatment. I would like to complete the steroid shots first. Then I'll come back after 6 months if it doesn't work. So my mom sister told my mom. The mom started shouting, like, no, why can't I do both together? It's just we're both looking for solution and all that. So she convinced me to like scrape off my hair. So I scraped it off and I started the herbal treatment too. But after scraping off my hair, and I went for the next shots, it got worse. My hair started growing back, but the spot things, it didn't come back. So after the second shot, by the time I would go back for the third shot, my hair was completely gone. I had no hair. So when the guy wanted to give me the shots, the dermatologist that saw me that day, you know it's like a public health center, so you won't see the same doctor every time. So he didn't understand because normally you're supposed to give shots on the spots. So he called the head dermatologist and she was like, what happened? So I explained to her that I scraped it. Like, you shouldn't have scraped it out. The treatment is for partial hair loss. There is no treatment for total hair loss, so there's nothing you can do. So I was like, what? They were just saying me a whole lot of things and I had to leave. And they didn't give me another appointment date. They just told me to leave that they were going to call me. And until today, they never did. So that was it for me. And here we are.
Moshudat Badmus and Jasmine Oguns share the most awkward experiences they've had living with alopecia.
For me, one of the ridiculous things I've heard about alopecia is when people ask that, do you have cancer? Because I feel it should be known that chemotherapy actually causes hair loss.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, I did a surgery in 2017 and I was in the hospital and people came, nurses, and assumed that I was a cancer patient just because. To me, it's very ridiculous because you guys are in the line.
They should know better, exactly, because actually, cancer does not lead to hair loss. What leads to hair loss is the chemo treatment. And for survivors, they grow their hair back. Because what chemo does is it kills the cells. And in the process of killing the cells, it kills the hair follicle as well. So at that point, the victim lose his or her hair. But after the chemo phase, once they survive that cancer phase, their hair grow back. So it's a different thing entirely. Alopecia and cancer are not the same. They are two different. That's why sometimes when we do our campaign, we emphasize on the fact that it is not cancer, it is alopecia, no alopecia. So there are two different things. Yeah, one ridiculous thing I've heard was when one spiritualist said, someone took my hair to the ocean. Now my hair is under the water, you know, and I tried to sound sarcastic too because it didn't make any sense to me. I was like, okay, please tell me the person that took my hair to the ocean so that I can beg the person to give me my hair back. Because as it is, it's not useful for the person. And the person is not letting me use my hair. So let's beg the person to let me have my hair back. It's actually funny.
Another ridiculous thing is when you tell people, like you've explained to the person, I have alopecia.
God.
Alopecia is this, alopecia is that. God, they're like, oh my, that's sad.
So why do you cut your hair?
I know, but like,
we hear that a lot.
Like it is constant. Like you do awareness this year now. We do. September is alopecia awareness month.
Yeah.
We do awareness. You guys, we tell you so much about it. And next year, be like, you started this sneak. Why did you cut your hair this year? God.
Another ridiculous thing. In fact, this one has been coming non-stop. You know, during the interview I had with BBC Pidgin last year, I mentioned how my relationship failed, how the wedding introduction got called off 3 days to the wedding introduction by my supposed mother-in-law. And you won't believe the kind of messages that I've been receiving. Random men coming around, asking for my hand in marriage, just like that, from nowhere. You don't know me, you don't know anything about me. And I'll be like, where is this coming from? I said, I saw your interview about your mother-in-law that called off your wedding. I'm like, for crying out loud. The interview was not even about marriage, it was about alopecia. So you're not bothered about the awareness I'm creating, you're bothered about marriage. But I didn't come on air to say I'm looking for a husband. I didn't say I am not dating or I'm not in a relationship. So it sounds ridiculous. Like it keeps coming, and every time I hear that, I just shake my head like, oh my God, not again.
Long or short hair, all women are beautiful. We need to create more awareness surrounding alopecia and eliminate every form of stigmatization towards those living with alopecia.
Lagos State is not only open and ready for business, but also prepared to provide all the necessary policy support that would ensure businesses fully settle in and take off smoothly in the state. The overarching objective through the Things Plus development agenda is to foster an enabling environment by initiating and implementing policies that promote ease of doing business and facilitating government continuous support that guarantees business success through sustainable practices and inclusive economy. Similarly, through the business-friendly regulations, provision of infrastructure, and investments in quality technical education to produce a world-class workforce, the Lagos State government is committed to ensuring that Lagos remains the first choice for business in Nigeria and across the West African landscape. This is the Greater Lagos Vision, and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedoku. Welcome. This episode features Lagos. Governor Sanwo-Olu assures manufacturers of support for business growth. Food security. Lagos government building largest food logistics hub in West Africa assures of sufficiency. Lagos government approves 500% car refurbishment loan for state workers. Details of these and many more when we return. Please stay with us. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has assured manufacturers of government's continued support for the growth of their businesses in the state. Sanwo-Olu gave the assurance during the completion ceremony of the first 2,000 vehicles assembled in Lagos by GAC Motors in Ikeja. He said government support would come through business-friendly regulations, provisions of infrastructure, and investments in quality technical education to produce world-class workforce. According to him, the government is committed to ensuring that Lagos remains the first choice for businesses, not only in Nigeria, but across the West African landscape. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has restated the commitment of his administration to activate integrated plans to bring about infrastructure and funding that ensures food sufficiency and security in Lagos State. The governor was speaking at the grand finale of the year 2023 World Food Day celebrations held at the Police College, Ikeja, Lagos. It is the Police College Playground, venue of the grand finale of the year 2023 World Food Day celebrations. The day, celebrated annually, provides a platform for farmers from all 20 local government areas and 37 local council development areas, individuals, organizations and governments to unite in the fight against hunger and malnutrition. The arrival of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu heightens celebrations by the farmers. Governor Sanwo-Olu says farming is important to his administration to ensure that food is affordable and accessible to all. He disclosed that his administration is building the largest food logistics hub in West Africa and that phase 1 of the project will be commissioned next year in order to ensure food sufficiency and security in Lagos State.
2 years ago, we started with a 5-year strategic plan. It's to now take them to the middle level market. We've built 2-3 of them. We're building additional 5 or 4 or 5. So the middle level market will now take it from the main hubs. Right, and before it now goes to the last mile, the corner shop market and the markets that all of you see on the day. So we have a robust integrated plan, at ensuring that food sufficiency, food adequacy in Lagos is secured.
Governor Sanwo-Olu said his government has achieved a lot through the Appease project. He was quick to call for collaboration with farmers in the state and neighboring states to grow more rice paddy. Commissioner for Agriculture Abisola Olusonya said the World Food Day celebration was aimed at ensuring farmers in the state were given a space in society.
Consumers showcasing that indeed Lagos farmers are to be reckoned with. We have, like I said, the forum focused on issues which we as a government under the leadership of Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu are taking care of, and we want to assure our farmers that we'll continue to give them the maximum support.
She appreciated Governor Sanwo-Olu for recognizing farmers as the bedrock of the nation's economy. The theme for the year is Water is Life, Water is Food, Leave No One Behind. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has approved 500% car refurbishment loan for state workers. The governor announced this during the swearing-in of Olabode Aguru as the 22nd head of service of Lagos State. Seated are members of the State Executive Council, House of Assembly lawmakers, body of permanent secretaries, and political leaders. Also here are heads of state government parastatals, retired heads of service, state employees in different cadres, and traditional rulers. They thronged the banquet hall and government house Alausa Ikeja, where the ceremony to usher in the new Lagos Public Service helmsman was held to witness the formal swearing-in of Olabode Aguru into Lagos Public Service as the 22nd head of service. Aguru succeeds Hakeem Muriokola, who voluntarily retired last September after about 5 years at the saddle.
I, Aguru Shahid Olabode, solemnly swear
and pledge
that
in the service of Lagos State,
Following administration of the oath, Aguru performed his first official assignment, getting the governor's approval for the long-sought over 500% increase in the car refurbishment loan scheme for the state employees.
I just want to showcase another example of how you care for public servants. You directed me to bring up a file. I'm not supposed to bring it here, but I'm bringing it up here. So you directed me to bring up a file, and I brought up the file for your kind approval. I apologize for bringing this up for you, sir. But sir, today is also a working day. And as we know, you work 24 hours, 7 days a week, in the sun, in the rain, and wading through flood waters in Adeniji and all over Lagos State. So sir, I have the file here, sir. It is towards the welfare of public servants. I will address you when I talk.
The welfare scheme heralded the arrival of a new sheriff in the Lagos State Public Service. Governor Sanwo-Olu congratulated the new head of service, noting that the Constitution entrusted the office of the head of service with enormous responsibilities to provide direction and leadership for the public workforce. The governor urged Aguru to dedicate himself to the task of governance and work to build on the achievements of his predecessors.
Our administration remains committed to the welfare and the training of our public servants. Even as we continue to find ways to support the public service, this is a good platform, once again, to express administration appreciation to the entire public servants in Lagos State.
Giving his vote of assurance, Aguru said he inherited a fantastic, vibrant public service from his predecessor, pledging to build on the legacy bequeathed to him.
So to the public servants, I promise to you to further promote your welfare, your working environment and conditions, and training across all cadres.
The head of service hailed Sanwo-Olu for prioritizing the workers' welfare, pointing out that the approval of the car refurbishment loan scheme would go a long way in motivating the state employees and raise their dedication. Women have the capacity to transform not only lives, but also the broader landscape of the nation and the world if given the needed support. This was a submission of Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, while declaring the 23rd National Women's Conference which held in Lagos Open. The National Women Conference is an annual event organized by Committee of Wives of Lagos State Officials, CALSO. It is a platform that brings women together to discuss and develop ideas and solutions that will help to place them at the center of national development. 23rd in a series, the event, just like previous ones, had women from all spheres of life in attendance.
Celebrate! Come on, take it on! Let's go! Come on!
The arrival of Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu further ignited the hall.
Let's go! Celebrate!
The First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, declared the conference open. She urged participants at the event to collaborate and support one another in ensuring that every woman in Nigeria has the tools and opportunities to reach her full potential.
It's not just about personal success. It is about uplifting our families, communities, and our great nation as a whole. When women are empowered, society thrives. I call upon each and every one of you to embrace the theme of this conference, Unleash Your Potential, not only for your benefit, but for your individual states and the benefit of our beloved nation.
In his goodwill message, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu described the theme of the conference as apt. He underscored the need for women to be more intentional and determined in harnessing their innate abilities.
What better time can we unleash our potentials as great mothers, as great women, as great supporters, as great individuals, the great potentials that God has given to you. And so, seize the opportunity of the 2023 Council Conference to unleash your potentials, to rebirth yourself, to renew your commitment at home, in your places of work, in your various businesses, and in everywhere that you find yourself.
In her welcome address, Chairman of CALSO, who is also the wife of Lagos State Governor Dr. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, urged participants to take risk, face their fears, and push past their comfort zones in order to discover what they are truly capable of achieving.
Potential means nothing in the absence of action. Whatever you do as wives to your husbands, as mothers and grandmothers to your children and grandchildren, as guardians to your wards, as sisters to your fellow sisters, as bosses to your employees, as employees to your bosses, as mentors to your mentees, as businesswomen, as captain of industries and leaders in the marketplace, please make sure that you move your mind to your world. Think out of the box, if there's any box. In the words of Winston Churchill, continuous effort, not intelligence, is the key to unleashing our potentials.
Other speakers at the event included the Senate President, Senator Godswill Akpabio, and the governors of Oyo, Ogun, and Osun, who were represented. They lauded the giant strides and the developmental projects already delivered by CALSO. Women have been charged to carry on with the spirit of empowerment and believe that they can truly make a difference by supporting one another and continue to break down barriers. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu handed down this charge at the closing ceremony of the National Women Conference held in Lagos.
Strong, we are CALSO. Army of wives of Lagos State Officials.
It's been 3 days of intense brainstorming, inspiration, conceptualizing, and creativity. These women have locked horns in this hall, fashioning out how to unleash their potential. They were taken through different presentations and in-depth analysis from brilliant minds, with industry experts sharing their thoughts and experiences. In her closing remarks, Chairperson of Council, Dr. Ibijoke Sawunlu, advised all participants to apply lessons, skills and network garnered at the conference to improve on their daily activities.
It has been an amazing and life-transforming experience for all participants at this year's conference. We have had top-notch presentations and in-depth analysis from brilliant minds and industry experts who have shared their thoughts and experiences on carefully chosen topics in furtherance of the agenda to ensure that women make the best of our strengths and capabilities as pillars in our various homes and society, and effectively deploy the matter, no woman, towards achieving phenomenal heights. With the high-level participation of political and economic leaders and women from across the country, as well as the quality of contributions during the interactive session, I am confident that the various conversations at this conference will further inspire women to unleash their potential and influence their state and nation significantly. It has also addressed various challenges affecting women and promoting their well-being for a productive and fulfilling lifestyle. Aside from the main theme, we have thoroughly examined other subtopics, and these include homestead farming, a positive step towards sustainable national food security.
She also encouraged the women to participate actively in the forthcoming national farming competition organized by the First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu.
And I'm hoping after this lecture that you had listened to, you will take part in the competition that is coming up, where the First Lady of Nigeria has said that she wants to encourage every woman towards national food security. And there is a competition that is taking place across the 36 states, in which we will have to upload and post pictures of us women doing some basic farming in our homes, in our little farm or large farms. And all of us are going to send pictures of these women that are taking part in this competition, and the winner gets all 20 million naira. 20 million naira. She has told us, all First Ladies, please search for the winner.
Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu was represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Mrs. Abimbola Salu Hundeyi. He described the theme of the conference as a call to action for everyone to make a difference, no matter the background or circumstances.
Make a difference. Whether you are a student, a professional, a businesswoman, a mother, or a leader, your potential is boundless. Let us support one another and continue to break down barriers, challenge stereotypes, and create opportunities for women to excel in every field. In conclusion, I would like to express my appreciation to the faculty of this conference. I know that your vast experience and deep knowledge have impacted positively on everyone who participated in this conference. My gratitude also goes to Council for their dedication to this conference and their tireless efforts to empower women.
In his keynote address, the governor of Bauchi State, Bala Mohammed, who was represented by his deputy, Mohammed Awal Jatau, disclosed that his administration is committed to the cause of empowering women in a bid to achieve gender equality.
We have a responsibility to create an enabling environment that encourages entrepreneurship and fosters economic empowerment for women. Access to capital market, business training, and mentorship programs are essential in supporting women-owned businesses and facilitating their growth. By doing so, we are not only empowering women economically, but also driving economic development and poverty alleviation within our states.
As the tradition, this year's edition of the National Women's Conference also saw some men and women who have distinguished themselves in various fields honored.
We are one, we are called so, and we stand by our husbands. We are the mothers of the land. We will build with our hands a Lagos filled with greatness. We are strong. We are called so. Okoniwa. We will serve our land. We will stand for our people. We will rise and together we will build our home. We are strong. We are called so. Okoniwa. Committee of Wives of Lagos State officials. Inú ìlera obìnrin ló kọ́mọ lérò. Committee of Wives of Lagos State officials. Inú ayé yìí obìnrin ló kọ́mọ lérò. We are strong. We are called so. Okoniwa.
That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedoku. Bye for now.
Nigeria has produced and continues to produce great writers who have won great accolades and recognition for their work. When discussing African literature, names like Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Buchi Emecheta. But beyond these writers, exist modern writers redefining the fate of literature in Nigeria, Africa, and globally. 1. Chimamanda Adichie, the recipient of a MacArthur Foundation Fellowship, was born on the 15th of September 1977 in Enugu, Nigeria. As a teenager, Chimamanda left for the United States and gained a scholarship to study communication at the Drexel University in Philadelphia, then pursued a degree in communication and political science at Eastern Connecticut State University. Her works have been translated into over 30 languages and has appeared in various publications, including The New Yorker, the O. Henry Price Stories, and the Financial Times. Some of her books, like The Purple Hibiscus, Half of a Yellowstone, and Americana, have won various awards. Her 2012 talk, We Should All Be Feminists, started a worldwide conversation about feminism and was published as a book in 2014. Tomi Adeyemi. Tomi, The author of Children of Blood and Bone was born on August 1st, 1993, in the United States to parents who emigrated from Nigeria. After graduating Harvard University with an honors degree in English literature, she received a fellowship to study West African mythology, religion, and culture in Salvador, Brazil. Her debut novel, Children of Blood and Bone, has spent over 2 years on the New York Times bestseller list, and its film adaptation is currently in active development with Disney's Fox and Lucasfilms. She was named one of Time magazine's 100 most influential people. She is a Hugo and Nebula award-winning Nigerian-American writer and storyteller based in Los Angeles, California. In 2020, she was named one of Forbes 30 Under 30 in media, and her website has been named one of the best websites for writers by Writers Digest. Teju Cole. Teju Cole is a novelist, photographer, and curator. He was born in 1975 in the U.S. He is currently the Gore Vidal Professor of the Practice of Creative Writing at Harvard University. His novella, Every Day is for the Thief, was named a Book of the Year by the New York Times, The Globe and Mail, NPR, and The Telegraph, and shortlisted for the PEN Open Book Award. Another one of his books, Open City, also featured on numerous Book of the Year lists and won the PEN Hemingway Award, the New York City Book Award for Fiction, and was shortlisted for the National Book Critics Circle Award and the New York Public Library Young Lions Award. Teju Cole has contributed to New York Times, The New Yorker, Granta, Brick, and many other magazines. Akwaekwe Emezi. Born 1987, Emezi is a National Book Foundation 535 honoree. She was born in Umuahia and raised in Aba, Nigeria. Her adult novel, The Death of Vivek Oji, was a New York Times bestseller, an indie bestseller, and an indie next selection, receiving rave reviews from the New York Times, USA Today, NPR, the LA Times, and the Washington Post. Her debut autobiographical novel, Freshwater, is in early development as a TV series at FX, with Emezi writing and producing with Tamara P. Carter. Translated into 12 languages, Freshwater won the 2019 Otherwise Award, formerly the Tiptree and the Normal Book. It was a New York Times notable book, as well as a finalist for the Center for Fiction's First Novel Prize, the PEN Hemingway Award, the NYPL Young Lions Fiction Award, the Edmund White Award for Debut Fiction, and a Lambda Literary Award. Beyond these writers are more individuals, old and young, using the power of the pen and ink to change the face and narrative of the country and the continent.
Governor, and this is Plus Politics. The Kano state government has rejected the appeal court's explanation that the error in the certified true copy CTC of its judgment on the state's governorship election was a typographical faux pas. The court initially declared APC's Nasiru Gawuna as the winner, but the certified true copy CTC of the judgment surfaced on Wednesday, indicating that the court had affirmed Yusuf's victory, contrary to the verdict it had earlier given on Friday, and indeed, parts of that same verdict indicated that it affirmed its position earlier given on Friday. Haruna Dederi, the Kano State Commissioner for Justice, criticized the court's political impasse. Taufik Olaoshebikan, the group's Secretary General, made the request during a press conference in Kano. He called on all Yoruba Obas and leaders of thought to wade into the Kano situation without further delay by engaging President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for a possible political settlement of the Kano logjam. He noted that the Yoruba community is worried that the unfolding political situation will have adverse effects on the community in the state. Take a listen.
It is clear to all that the NNPP won the state. We are very worried that the unfolding political situation have adverse effect on us, the Yorubas in Kano. Kano is a very volatile state politically, and this is the reason why all men and women of goodwill should be concerned about the situation in Kano and rally around towards a collective initiative to save the state from any calamity which will affect us and our livelihood. In this regard, we are using this platform to call on all Yoruba Obas and leaders of thought to wade into the Kano situation without further delay by engaging President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for a possible political settlement of the Kano logjam. It is clear
this issue is an Executive Director, Center for Awareness on Justice and Accountability, KAJA, Kabiru Saidu Dakata, and the lawyer Abdul Karim Mode are both based in Kano. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics.
Thank you very much for having us.
Let me start with you, Kabiru. I wonder what the supplication of the Yoruba group would amount to, given the fact that this is a cause that is already on the machinery of the judicial system. Would you want to help us here? How would you respond to that?
I think we need to appreciate the fact that there are also key stakeholders, and they have every right to contribute to anything that will ensure justice to, anybody involved in the matter. And they did what they did because they believe if the right thing is not done, it will affect, everybody, including their members in the state. So what they did is not in any way against the fact that the issue is still passing through a judicial process. But they know that if justice is not done, definitely most innocent people are going to be affected. So if I understand their message, this is exactly the direction of their message. And I think they did the right thing as key stakeholders.
Abdul Karim, anybody who is familiar with the history of Kano knows that for almost 300 years now, be it succession to the emirship or indeed the governorship of Kano, partisanship can be very, very volatile and violent in Kano. To anybody who is looking at it from outside the realm of the law, maybe this shout is necessary. I know you are a lawyer, you may want to help us from the two sides, the legal view of it and the appeal of the Yoruba group. We may have to go back to Kabir whilst Abdul Karim is trying to tidy the workings of his device. Kabir, how would you respond to the fact that there is a history of rabid and violent partisanship in Kano, even predating the modern system of government that produces governor, even in the area of the emirship? this volatility, this situation has to be well managed, I guess. How would you respond to that?
You are right to say that that history is there, and that will not be unconnected with the, orientation of the Kano people. Kano people are civilized. Kano people know their rights. Kano people can go a different direction from, the direction even other parts of the country can take. So that history you're talking about is because of these factors I mentioned. So in Kano, we speak, with one voice. So anything that will come to, jeopardize that effort, the average Kano person will not take it lightly. So that history is still intact, and that Kano person you used to know has not changed. People can change, but the orientation is still there with the people of Kano State. They don't, take enforcement. You cannot come and impose something on them. You can't come and impose something on them. The Kano people know their rights. They know their economic rights. They know their social rights. And also they know their political rights. So if they express their, interest, and if you attempt to, tamper with that arrangement, so they will not take it lightly. And this is exactly what happened, or what is trying to happen in Kano State. This is a person that contested an election in 2019. This man won his election in 2019. He defeated the then incumbent governor of the state. But it was manipulated, to introduce something strange at that time. That is the inconclusion of the election. The election was declared inconclusive, and on the day of the rerun, thugs were brought into Kano, and they intimidated voters, and at the end, the then governor was declared winner of the election. The man went to court in 2019.
We'll get back to you, Abdul Karim. Abdul Karim, we'll get back to you.
When he went to court in 2019, he passed through the 3 stages of the tribunal, the Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court. He did not get what he expected to get. He did not do anything. He waited for another 4 years. In 2023, he
okay, Kabir, I'll get back to you.
Hello.
Let me speak to Abdul Karim now. Abdul Karim,
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Wonderful.
Fantastic.
Okay. You are a lawyer.
Yes.
And would you want to summarily take us through how far we have, what it has taken to bring us to this point of very controversial circumstance? You want to give us a summary of it?
Well, at the initial stage, there was a petition against His Excellency Abba Kabir Yusuf. The All Progressive Congress was out its candidate, challenged the victory of His Excellency in Kano, so that is the election 2023. They went to court. They challenged about 83 polling units where they said malpractices and other corrupt practices occurred in Kano State. In that circumstances, during the trials, they were only able to bring 32 witnesses in court. 30 witnesses are the witnesses that have spoken directly from the polling units, trying to confirm or voting and so on and so forth. 2 witnesses. That is the one. That is the total number, the total PBC collected in those 30 polling units. They called agents from those respective polling units was just 22,000. Was just 22,000. What is the difference between His Excellency Abba Kabir Yusuf and all progressive candidates or its candidates was 128,000 plus. That is assuming without conceding that those witnesses has proved those allegations contained in the petition based on those polling units. They have not breached or they have not been able to what? To bridge the gap that existed between Abba Kabir Yusuf, APC, and its candidates, which is 128,000 as against 22,000. The tribunal in its own judgment, when it was delivering the judgment, they said now that they relied on the evidence of a subpoena witnesses, who happens to be an expert witness, that 165,616,000 votes should be deducted from the votes of His Excellency Abba Kabir Yusuf. It is rosy and important to note that in none of the pleadings of the petitioners where they pleaded those votes they alleged to have been illegal, they have not equally pleaded the various polling units where those invalid votes was discovered. They have not equally pleaded where those illegal ballots was equally discovered.
Barrister,
yes.
We can't retry the case on a brief TV show like this. At this point, we know that the Court of First Instance, the tribunal, ruled in favor of the petitioner. We know that at the official reading of the judgment of the appeal at the Court of Appeal, the Court of Second Instance similarly ruled in favor of the defendant, because the appeal from the first instance was from the original defendant. Now, the only thing that is stoking this controversy now is the fact that the certified true copy of the judgment has duplicitous passages or paragraphs. On the one instance, 2 paragraphs on a particular page 69, 2 paragraphs speak to the fact that the governor's position is intact. 3 paragraphs speak to the pronouncement that the governor has lost his appeal. So in cases like this, what should be the recourse of the parties? Okay, we go on a short break now, and when we're back, we'll take it on from where we've left it.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Welcome back to be honest with you, I've been in broadcasting for a number of years. It's been a while I've seen a scammer or hijacker trying to wrestle the system from the engineers. But we're back. Kabir, are you there?
I'm here.
Kabir, we are in a situation now in Kano that is a bit tense, and we really want all residents of Kano to be a bit sober, careful, and know that violence ultimately could be very costly. How would you respond to that?
You're very right to say that the situation in Kano is tense, but I would have wanted you to say what caused the situation. And I know you know the answer. Everybody knows the answer. You see, justice must not only be done, but it must also be seen to be done. And in a situation where injustice, you are bound to see a situation like the one you are seeing in Kano. You are talking of more than million voters that voted for a person and their family members, and also people who did not even vote for him, but they know the truth of what happened, and they are asking for justice for the person. So it's not about the situation of Kano at the moment. It's about what caused the situation and who has the solution to the situation. You understand? In 2019, like I said earlier, Abba Kabir Yusuf contested an election. The people of Kano State gave him more than 1 million votes. He defeated the then governor of Kano State, Abdullahi Umar Ganduje. But the election was declared as inconclusive. On the day of the
Kabir, we have to be very careful. Yeah. The last elections, that's the 2019 elections, was contested and was litigated to the Supreme Court, and a winner was declared. We cannot be recontesting an election that has been settled, indeed, that the tenure had elapsed. Let me go to Abdul Karim. Abdul Karim, you lawyers and the judiciary have put us in this mess now. So how do we get out of the mess? Especially given the fact that we don't want to toy, we don't want to play around with the emotions and the mood of the Kano citizenry. These are people who don't take things lying down like that. How do we resolve this? Abdul Karim? Abdul Karim, can you hear me? Oh, the gremlins are out today, really out. Okay, Kabir, okay, you want to respond?
I wanted to conclude a thought, trying to set a background of what happened in 2019. But let me talk of what happened in 2023 and what gave birth to the current situation. The man won his election, you know, and the defeated candidate, the candidate of the APC, came out to congratulate him and said he is not going to contest that victory. You understand? His party went to court. And the first judgment of the tribunal was delivered in favor of the APC. But for the people of the states, that judgment has a sentiment in it, because in the judgment, the name of the candidate of APC, Nasir Yusuf Gawuna, was mentioned as the petitioner in that case, and he was not a petitioner. Abba Kabir Yusuf and his party
filed an appeal to the Court of Appeal. At the Court of Appeal, you understand, the judgment was delivered also in favor of the APC. But for every lawyer, thank God we are having a lawyer in this conversation. For every reasonable lawyer, after a judgment, if you ask him, the next thing he will tell you is, let us wait and see the content of the judgment, the written judgment, because it is what he will use, as a guide to head to the next court if you are not satisfied with the judgment. But God in his mercy, God in his wisdom, in that documented written judgment, the victory was given to the candidate of NNPP, Alhaji Abba Kabir Yusuf. So the people of the state now had their, hope revived, because they were not happy with the judgment delivered at the Court of Appeal. So what the situation is telling the world is, the people of Kano State are saying, we are not going to allow anybody to take away our mandate. We are not going to allow anybody to take our mandate.
Karim,
and what we hear from them, they said they are ready for anything.
Abdul Karim, you need to unmute your device. Kabir, the point is that, Abdul Karim, can you hear me? Now the case has been appealed and is going to the Supreme Court. And the lawyer to the governor, Alani Kwekun, I read somewhere today where he was saying that the so-called amendment that the registrar of the Court of Appeal purportedly mouthed, that amendment will not stand in law because the jurisdiction of the Court of Appeal has expired, and that they will go to the Supreme Court with that CTC. What would that amount to, Abdul Karim, you are a lawyer? Will that not be very funny at the level of the Supreme Court?
As I told you, the jurisdiction of the tribunal has already been ousted, because 60 days within which to entertain and deliver the judgment has already expired. By whatever means, the Court of Appeal has no any power whatsoever to make, even if it is a clerical error. And in these circumstances, the judgment sought to be edited or sought to be corrected is not even clerical error. It is trying to amend an order, a final order of the court. Because anything touched in that order is like it is completely giving a different meaning to the order granted by the Court of Appeal itself. So I believe, based on Section 285 of the Constitution, the Court of Appeal has no power whatsoever to make any amendment whatsoever, because it has become punctuous or official. It is only the Supreme Court now that has jurisdiction to make such amendment or otherwise. And even before the Supreme Court, we really have to make a serious argument.
But the confusing situation now, Abdul Karim, is that when this CTC gets to the Supreme Court, the CTC itself is going to lead to a fundamental confusion at the level of the Supreme Court, because this is a document that is speaking two inconsistent languages at the same time. How would the Supreme Court deal with this? This is sad, but it's funny.
This is to even show to an ordinary common man that this judgment, the judgment of the Court of Appeal, especially in respect of the order granted in favor of the respondent, is faulty. The decision is faulty. And we are challenging part of that decision where it says APC is now declared the winner of the election.
But Abdul Karim, I'm not a lawyer, you are the lawyer here, but from the journalistic, end of the divide, one of the reasonings or two main reasonings of the Court of Appeal, or the reason why the Court of Appeal claimed in the reading of the judgment before the CTC came out that they were affirming the decision of the tribunal was because, one, that the governor, as at the time he was nominated as the candidate of his party, was not a bona fide member of the NNPP. That's number one. Number two is the second one that you tried to explain away. That's the invalidation of more than 160-something not properly registered ballots. Now, the situation is such that the Court of Appeal, however, has given a very controversial CTC, and the two parties are claiming victory. When they get to the Supreme Court now, how would the Supreme Court handle this? You are a lawyer, help us.
Well, we already have grounds of appeal. You understand? We already have grounds of appeal, which the party, that is NNPP, lodged an appeal before the Court of Appeal, challenging part of the decision of the Court of Appeal. If that succeeded, automatically the judgment of the Court of Appeal, in respect of the version we appeal against, it will be set aside. The two versions relied often, when they were reading the judgment, everybody knows that Section 177 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, it only forbids the issue of independent candidature, as it has been decided in plethora of Supreme Court cases. Peter Obi against Bola Tinubu, Atiku Abubakar against Bola Tinubu, recently decided by the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal itself. So by this judgment cannot stand.
Hello, barrister.
The Court of Appeal is appropriating and reprobating. In some other cases, they said it is pre-election matter. Now it is only in this case of Kano that they say it is a secondary election issue, which is not at all. It is not at all. Then the invalidation of those invalid votes, they relied on Section 71 of the Electoral Act. That section talks about the statement of result, not ballot papers. Not ballot papers. The relevant section under Electoral Act is Section 63, sub 2.
Okay, Abdul Karim, I know you are a lawyer. You can go on and on this. But unfortunately, hello, Abdul Karim. We really have to wrap it up at this juncture. I am very, very grateful for the two of you, Abdul Karim and Kabir. You have been wonderful, wonderful contributors. One just prays that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will let the peace hold in Kano, that we will not have incidents of violence, lives will not be lost, and the peace of Kano will be the peace of Nigeria. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
We really appreciate you. Today's throwback. Ọjà Akpomu, the 400 years plus Yoruba market, which is a totemic cultural icon. The historically significant Akpomu market holds a revered place in the cultural and economic heritage of the Yoruba people. Situated in present-day Osun State, southwest Nigeria, this thriving market has been a vital center for trade and commerce for more than 4 centuries, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultural traditions within the expansive Yoruba civilization, which sprawls over parts of today's Nigeria, Benin Republic, Togo, and Ghana. Steeped in history and tradition, the Akpomu market remains a vibrant symbol of the enduring legacy of Yoruba commerce and cultural longevity. The roots of the Akpomu market can be traced back to ancient times, when it emerged as a pivotal meeting point for traders from diverse Yoruba communities and beyond. As one of the oldest markets in the sub-region, Akpomu became a crucial hub for the trade of agricultural produce, textiles, livestock, crafts, and sadly so, slaves at some point by Yoruba traders, before the legendary Alaafin Abiodun decreed that no bona fide Yoruba soul must be sold to slavery anymore. Folklore has it that it was the defense of the anti-slavery edict of Alaafin Abiodun by the warrior clan Owus, which got the slave trading profiting Ijebus and the Oyo despising Ifes to conspire and wage war against Orile Owu, the aboriginal homestead of the Owus, and led to their eventual dispersal across Yoruba land, with most Yoruba settlements having little Owu enclaves and the sizable rump in Abeokuta after an initial preformation of the Ibadan habitation of that geographical space. Beyond its economic importance, the Akpomu market has played a pivotal role in preserving and sharing Yoruba cultural traditions. The bustling marketplace became a melting pot of diverse cultures, languages, and customs as traders from different Yoruba communities and neighboring regions converged to engage in commercial activities and cultural exchanges. The exchange of goods was accompanied by the sharing of traditional knowledge, folklore, and oral histories, creating a rich tapestry of cultural interaction and mutual enrichment. In addition to its economic and cultural significance, the Akpomu market also functioned as a vital social and political arena within Yoruba society, serving as a focal point for community interaction. The market was a space where people from different walks of life could come together, engage in lively discussions, and form social connections. It also served as a platform for the dissemination of news, information, and edicts from rulers, thus becoming an integral part of the social and political fabric of Yoruba communities. Moreover, the Akpomu market continues to stand as a living tribute to the resilience and adaptability of Yoruba economic and cultural practices, despite the challenges posed by changing times and modernization. The market remains a dynamic center of trade and cultural exchange, embodying the enduring spirit of the Yoruba people's economic and cultural tradition. Iloya Onibode Akpomu, as they usually say in Yoruba, about time I left. I am Bola Oba. Have a good day.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
In African countries, including Nigeria, albinos are classified amongst the vulnerable groups of society, which includes people living with various kinds of physical disabilities.
Being an albino, it's not really easy, but at times I enjoyed it because I remember back then when they would give us some work to do in school. Because of my color, my father will be angry that they asked me to follow the other students, the other children, and do the work in the field. So most of the times I did not follow them and work. As I was growing up, it was not easy because at times when coming back from school, the sun will turn my color to red, and I'll be like, oh God. In fact, it was not that sweet. My mommy has to carry me to school most of the times with umbrella, bring me back in the afternoon. In the morning, she will take me to school, and in the afternoon, she will come pick me back with umbrella.
The prevalence rate of albinism in Nigeria is ranked amongst the highest in the world, with an estimated figure of over 2 million albinos living in the country. By implication, people with albinism in Nigeria represent one of the largest vulnerable groups in the country today.
The UN model to disability is either social, physical, intellectual. That's the 3 major categories. And what's the definition? Is any permanent impairment which somebody have that will not allow him or her to operate on equal basis with others. And that means if you can run. If I'm on a wheelchair, I cannot compete with you because of the condition. And it's now permanent. I'm permanent on a wheelchair. Of course, we have temporary disability and we have permanent disability. And according to the UN, which is an international, if the UN redefines, then we will know. Say it's physical, it is intellectual, it can also be social. There's another one, mental, physical, mental, intellectual, and social. Okay, and any physical, permanent physical, social, intellectual, or mental condition that is permanent, that will not allow anybody to operate in the society on equal basis with others. That is in terms of employment, in terms of education, in terms of healthcare, in terms of job. Okay. On albinism, our skin is susceptible to cancer far higher than yours. That is physical. If an albino is exposed to the sun over a period of 10 years, there is a 90% chance, 95% chance. Of course, we are saying that there are different classifications of albinism depending on the melanin level. Melanin is what protects your skin from the sun by natural. So we have people who acquired disability, but naturally we came out into this earth. That is why we are not persons living with albinism, we are persons with albinism. So we came out to this world without enough melanin. And sometimes it can be very low. I do have, but it's very low. Depending on how white the skin, the hair, that is how you notify it. So by that condition, if I go under the sun and do marketing with you for 10 years, almost nothing will happen. Of course, you see, you'll be darker. But the sun will burn my skin. And it can lead me to cancer, which is extremely costly. That is on the physical.
Children constitute about 40% of this population spread across all the states in Nigeria. We visit the Udo Chukus, where 3 of their children are albinos. What is life for them, you may wonder.
When I was pregnant, I never knew I would give birth to an albino child. But when I gave birth to my first daughter, albino, I don't take it as if it is anything. I did not know they have another word. I don't know. But I know everything. The child is child.
First of all, children is a gift from God. So whether albino or not albino, children is children. And we thank God that He, God, giving us these children, and in spite of the fact that albinos, to maintain them is very difficult based on what they use and the challenges of them going to school and dealing with sun. So it has not been easy. Us as a parents handling them. So the challenges we have as a parents, we be afraid that based on rumors we are hearing of people using albinos for rituals also. So sometimes if they go to school, we are afraid whether anything will happen to them. But at the same time, we still pray that God should protect them. The other one is what they use. Their cream, the soup is very, very expensive. And this time around that this COVID-19 has affected every sector. Like presently, like me, as their dad, it affected my own job. You know, that's not been easy for me to take care of them.
At times I felt bad. It's her school. If she's going to school, if she comes back, I want to cross-check her book. There are some things I don't get. I'll ask her why. She said she did not see those things, those spaces. She did not see what was on the board. I said, why didn't you go close? She said everybody was shouting, oh, you go out from the road, you go out from the road. I said, are you not sitting at the front? She said she's sitting at the front with your glasses. And again, you're not still seeing. So at times, even when she comes back, I'll see her body red. I'll go to the school, I'll quarrel, I'll rake. They say they've been trying to hold Oyibo is that if she sees her mates playing, she's not really happy that she's alone in the class. If the teacher, they remove their face, and before you know, Oyibo is inside the sun.
There are two types of albinism. Type 1 is oculocutaneous albinism, which is the pigment is lacking in the eyes, in the skin, and hair. This type of albinism is more prevalent. Type 2 is ocular albinism, which is much less common and involves lack of pigment only in the eyes. People who have ocular albinism have generally normal skin and hair color. Many even have normal eye appearance. Despite their stated vulnerability and strength in number, and unlike other vulnerable groups in Nigeria, albinos least enjoy the same level of special attention, security, and support from governments at all levels in the country, it would seem. Statistics show that over 600,000 Nigerians with albinism suffer discrimination from their families, schoolmates, and even peers.
Some people start being discriminated or face discrimination right from their home. You see, parents, the reports we get, I didn't experience that in my house, and that's what helped me. I didn't experience discrimination in my house. So you see a child, when the mother is going out, lock the child in the door in the house. When they are in the church together, or in the market together, or in somewhere together, in an event together, they want to start going, and the mother will tell the child, oh yeah, go there and wait for me. So the child already feeling, not understanding the challenges she's facing, of course, knows she's facing short vision, the burn